Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears!
Yo, no maniacs. Long time no see. Welcome to the Nomad at Night. And just let me get the stuff out of the way real quick. I got a story to tell y'all, but I'll save that until we go around the horn and we get human about the show. We'll get into that. But man, there's been a lot of Bear stuff going on. A lot of Bear stuff still going on. Some recent breaking news. And maybe not so much, but we'll talk about it all, man. It's a lot to cover. There's only one way that we can show you guys how much we miss y'all and how much we regret not being able to do the show when we're supposed to do the shows. Just going to show you nothing but Bear love today. That's the best way to deal with a Bears fan. Just give them all Bears, man, just for hours. Just give it to them, man. We're going to be so knee-deep in Bears today just because of that. But yeah, y'all in for it tonight. We got a lot of good stuff to talk about. But let me not even waste no time so we can get right to it. Go ahead and alley-oop this thing on over to Canada and see what happens.
Oh, put that baby right in there, man. Next time I'm a 360 with my chair, see if we can actually make it all the way around without destroying the better part of it. You know what I mean? Yeah, anyways, man, welcome in. It's Sunday night. Thank you for joining us, Murray. 23.
Hell yes,
joining us, the Scrolls. There he is. You good guest there, man. Good guest there, Scrolly. We'll get to that in a bit. Things are good in Canada, man. Summer's still on. We ain't that deep in the fall. It was feeling.
How cold is it up there? I just want to know, man.
It's fine. It's fine. It ain't cold, man. It was cold. It was getting there a couple weeks ago, and then it turned all the way back around. So we're good, man. I'm enjoying.
That's why we're getting weather like that. It's a cold. The cold that just left Canada.
No. Well, maybe that's it. Like we got some. I don't know what it is between us and you, but we kind of we tend to have the same weather, and we're not even we're not really that close to each other at all. It's kind of weird, but yeah, I don't know, man. Weather's been all right.
No. Let's
you guys got all that tornado stuff. We had tornado warnings too, but nothing ever touched down. It just didn't touch down over here. Seemed to have obviously touched down for you, and you were a little bit worse for wear, and I'm like I say, we'll get into that a little bit in a little bit. But things are pretty status quo for your boy, man. I'm just glad to be back without echoes and sounding like apocalypse. King Booker was saying last time around, man. You know what I'm saying? Sound is good. My voice is good. And yeah, man, things are okay. Everything is status quo where I'm at. No questions. And glad to see we got a little bit of preseason football to discuss. That being the case, man. Shout outs to King Booker. Levante just jumped in. Big ups to Paul Rodriguez. What a do, Paul, man. Good to see you, bro. And Triple R, what do you say, my man?
What's down the rabbit hole. He's down the rabbit hole with us.
Oh.
Yeah. My kind of guy, Levante.
Yeah. The Mother Nature, she's been on Red Baron's favorite time of her month.
Oh, that's what's going on.
And been tripping. So big ups to everybody who has had to endure, what we've had to locally with the thunderstorms and the uh, tornadoes and the flooding, but other parts of the world, you got goddamn earthquakes and tsunamis and volcanoes blowing their load. And it's just a weird time to be alive, isn't it? Interesting times in which we live. But as long as we're all making it, hopefully if you do have a power outage and you do have a generator, you are lucky enough to find, fuel for the Jenny. It's not the problem is not having gas. It's that gas stations in the affected areas don't have power. So they can't pump the gas. So those in those areas got to go travel outside of those areas to find it. And sometimes those people got to drive for an hour.
Hey, so, you watch your mouth, Booking. I don't be talking about Mother Nature now. She'll come get you.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Watch that now.
So, whatever you got to do, hopefully you're doing it. Hopefully you're safe. And for those people who had freezers, full of meat, yeah, good, yeah, that ain't, yeah. I hope you barbecue all that stuff,
bro. Wait till I get it. Go ahead, Trish. My fault.
Because when the electricity goes out, there goes your freezers, there goes your refrigerator, and if you have the backup and it doesn't have backup power, now your sump pump isn't working anymore. So now you have flooding. And so, hey, whatever situation, try to get through it the best way you can. We feel you. We understand. And yeah. So we're here, you're here, and the Bears played. So, the world continues to spin.
All right. I tell you what. What up, Ralph? What up, Levante Scrolls, King Booker, Paul, everybody just busted up in here. I tell you what up, Squalls? I can go and how's your week been, Trips? But if you want me to, I can start and get the shit out the way.
Yeah, I've been good. You go ahead and do it.
So, as you guys can probably imagine, yes, there were power outages here in Illinois, around the Chicago area, big time, especially like the south suburbs where I'm located. And shout out before I even get going telling my story. Shout out to everybody in the area that's affected. I did put out. This is a good thing to know. So if anything happens in any time in the future, best way to find out what's going on with the channel is go to the home page, the home YouTube page, and there's a chat board there. So something going on and we need to communicate with you all, check with us there. It'll be a statement there one way or the other whenever I can get to it or somebody else gets to it. But check with us there. So shout out to let me show Smitty some love real quick. Hold on, y'all. That comes in handy too, Smitty. My brother needed. Shout out to Smitty with the 10 gold coins. 10 jewels, I guess is a gold coin. Thank you, man, so much, man. We need it, man. I hate to be asking people for anything, bro, but I'll tell you one thing. There's some shit I got to do around here. I'll just get the ugly stuff out of the way real quick about that. So a few months back, we got dropped on our insurance because of a storm that was here previously. And we had to put some wood up on a side of the house, on a window and on the basement. And we just haven't replaced the windows yet. So somebody came out and inspected it because there was some storm damage and they dropped us from the coverage. So right now, until we get a new roof, that window replaced on the side, it's a big window too, and the basement window replaced, we ain't got no insurance. And so, man, we out here with nothing on nothing but a prayer, just letting you know. Until we get them, I got to get a new roof, man. And, certified new roof costs a little money, man. So got that going on. Let me tell you a story about the storm. So early Wednesday morning, thank you again, Smitty, too. Early Wednesday morning, I get up, I get my girlfriend up. She's got an afternoon job, and so she sleeps at about 11:30. I had to get her up because weather radio going off and it's blinking red. And sure as shit, here come a big violent storm, and the wind was bad. There's a lot of rain, but a lot of wind. It was violent. And I was just like, oh shit. So next thing you know, I leave the area back here where I'm in my studio where I'm at all the time, and I go in the living room. And next thing you know, I just hear this massive thud. Boom. I'm thinking something fell on the house. Luckily, it did not, because that thing would have tore something up and probably us back here in this area. And it ended up falling in my yard. I mean, it's a big, huge tree back there. There's two of them, but this one, it's kind of got parts of it that's rotted out and hollowed out a little bit. Parts. I think some lightning hit it and cracked that thing, and the whole big portion of it came down, took out about 18, 20 feet of my fence, took down the power, took down the cable, took down everything, man. And it was, we really couldn't see exactly how bad it was until it cleared up because it got really, really dark. And so, man, it was so bad. It's just all kinds of stuff that it brought down with it. It took out portion of my shed, one of my sheds. Again, took out some of that fence, and then it broke down into like 2 or 3 big pieces, big, huge pieces that you ain't nobody moving them things. Them things like 25 inches wide, all of it. And so all that, so we got a yard full of stuff to clean up. We got damage to the sheds. We got toe down fence in a section. And so the first thing we got to do is try to at least get a section of that thing off, at least a small enough section off of that thing so we can try to set this fence back up in any kind of way that we can, because we need that. You know what I mean? So trying to do that. And so that tree, we limped that together, patched it up with some muscle and a few zip ties. It's basically all it's hanging on by that. And took me a long time to hack that piece off. Couldn't find nobody with a chainsaw. Still ain't found nobody with a chainsaw that's gonna come through, because everybody's around here is got damage around here. So yeah, man, it's just that happened Wednesday morning. The show was Wednesday night. I had to cancel it, and I'm sorry about that. But I've been going nothing but balls to the wall since then, trying to get this place back in ship shape, patch everything up. And I still got a big, huge, humongous log in the middle of my yard. It needs to be bucked up and cut. So I've been just going ever since then, man. I barely had time to sit back and watch that game and look at some tape. That power really just came on that day. So that's been my story, man. I appreciate you guys for showing me some love in there. No, I ain't got no chainsaw, Smitty. I wish I had one.
And like Corny's saying, it's raining again, and this forecast to be raining for the next week every day. For some percentage of the day. So stay dry. Keep your powder dry, your power on as much as you can.
Hey, shout out to Paul. He had to dip out and go pick his little son up, man. Might not be a little son, your son.
How'd your freezer do?
That's a whole other story, man. So we're lucky enough that I used to cater food and go do outside events. Like I told y'all, we go do, events. I have to cook, and you need a whole lot of you're gonna be out in the open. You can't take a refrigerator and freezer with you, so you need a lot of coolers. So we got a lot of coolers downstairs, several of them, different sizes, shapes. And that's what we did. We just took and iced up everything and put it all in different coolers to keep it at least from going spoiled, man. People say that you shouldn't eat meat after it's unthawed. You can't refreeze it. That's bullshit. That's total bullshit. I've done it many times. Nothing ever happened to me or nobody else that ate it. What up, ATF? What's going on, man?
What up, ATF?
Yeah, I had all that shit in freezer. I mean, in coolers, bro. Everything.
Oh, right on. Because I know a lot of people didn't have those options as far as cooler wise. And it's like you can keep your doors closed as long as possible, but without power, eventually, that temperature is just going to drop. But luckily enough, you did have the ice and the resources to, save a lot of your food. Because now the crunch at the first of the month, when everybody want to go grocery shopping to restock, their freezer and fridge, now you're gonna run into shortages for food because everybody in the area is going to be shopping at the same time to replenish.
Yep.
So it's not over weather wise, it's not over cleanup wise. There's still people that don't have power, from the storm that happened Wednesday, Tuesday, so it's not over in that sense. So, keep your head up and keep battling, y'all.
Hey, Smitty, I hear you. Smitty says y'all got to invest in a good generator. Did that. Ended up, so I'll tell you that story. So I bought a nice ass cat generator. This thing is strong as an ox, bro. And a couple years ago, power went out for another storm, a Derecho or some shit they called it. And my grandparents was living over there with my mother, and she take care of them. Can't have them without power. Bought her a generator probably a year or two before that and put it in a garage just for safekeeping. The generator was a bust, man. Absolute bust. Never buy a GE generator in your life, bro. Especially from online. If you're gonna get a GE generator, get it from the store and make sure that thing fire up. Thing was a bust. We did everything. We had like 3 mechanics over there working on it. It was a bust. I put it in the shop. It's a bust, total bust. And so ordered that online and had it dropped off to my mother's, and I put it in there for safekeeping for that moment. Thing didn't work, so I had to end up taking mine over there so that they had some, some air. You know what I mean? Can't have old people over there without some motion. You know what I mean? And so I just, instead of going to get it, I feel better with them having it over there in case something happens instead of me. I can function.
Well,
Now,
but now I don't know their health requirements, but grandparents of not only yours, but of that age or any age, just think of medical devices. If you got the sleep apnea, you got the CPAP machines. If you are a diabetic or got the sugar, you need to refrigerate your insulin.
yeah.
So generators are now a medical necessity as well as the fuel to keep them cranking out the wattage.
My pops has some my granddad is my pops. He's my dad. He had some kind of nitro or something for his heart that needed to be refrigerated.
Nitroglycerin.
Something. I don't know what the I guess. And yeah, I had to do something, man. It was either that or they was gonna have to come stay with some other relatives and they ain't want to leave. So you had to just work around that when they get stubborn like that, bro. You can't do nothing about that. What up, Dante?
What up, Dante?
Man, bro. So anyway, man, yeah, it's I end up giving that to my mom, and we've been planning on getting another generator. My next one is going to be probably something solar generated for sure. Shout out, look at my boy Smitty right here showing the
Very
love.
cute.
With the 200 joules. And that's a prayer for sunshine, I think. I think that's what he's trying to say. Me too, bro. Me
Indeed.
too.
But definitely the next Jenny you get, it should be as many fuel intakes as possible. Whether it be a gas and propane or a diesel and gas, or definitely solar. That definitely has to be one of them. So yeah, I mean, because you can't plan on, well, I know this fuel is going to always be available, because it's not. Even on the cloudy days where the solar panels aren't at their maximum, productivity, you can fall back on the kerosene or the diesel or the gas or whatever it is. So look at the combo fuels.
You're right. You're right. What up, Ron? Just busted up in here. Dante, thank y'all for being here. We finna get
Yeah,
to
right.
real football in like 2 minutes. Trust me when I tell you. But yeah, it's been my girl. I didn't realize how traumatic it was. So my girlfriend, she's supposed to go to work. She had to call off. We ain't got no power. She ain't taking. That chick ain't going nowhere without taking no shower. Forget that. And they have provisions at their job for people who, let's say, something happens at home or you can't make it home, you get snowed in. They got room and board for them over there in the hospital. And so she could have went to work and took a shower there, but she saw me and all the shit that was going on in the yard. She just felt like she couldn't leave me with it. I was like, what you gonna do? You know what I mean? You an effing girl. That's like dudes work out there. But she just wouldn't do it. And I was like, fuck it, we'll call off there. And we went from there, man. She was helping me with anything she could. But when she finally went back to work, which was a couple of days ago, she called me and she never calls me. Oh, my boy James Hunter. Hold on. Shout out to James Hunter with a $10 super chat. Y'all don't make me cry up in here, man. He says, glad everyone came out of it safe with no injuries. And
Respect,
I
Jim.
mean that, man. Thank you, man. And my girlfriend, she's emotional just like any other female, but not to the point where she is at work and just thinking about how bad it is over here and leaving me here with it. She just was like, she called me and asked me, was I okay? I'm good, man. I went out there and did what I could, doing what I can, every day, just chipping away at it, not worrying about counting on people to come and help you. When you at the end of the day, what you can depend on is you. And that's what we got right now. But thank you so much, Jim, man. We appreciate it, man, for real. So she called me crying, and I was just like, she's like, you okay? I said, I'm good. She was just like, I just got to thinking about all that shit, and it just broke me down. When you look at it when it first happens, before you get your hands on it and start cleaning up stuff and patching it up, it's traumatizing, bro. It is traumatizing. You got all this shit in your sheds, and all of it costs money. Like I told y'all, we just got dropped off of State Farm because we had a couple of little, I guess, inadequacies in their eyes, and now we gotta get another roof. And man, it's a beat, but we're gonna get to it though. One way or the other, we're gonna get it done. Thank you though, man. But yeah, that's the story, man. I don't want to. It's a lot to talk about, and I really don't want to get emotional about it. But every day, I just been going and blowing every day, bro, since Wednesday. I'm tired, but I want to do this show just as much as these guys want to do it. I want to make up for, the time lost, man. We got a lot of bear stuff to talk about. So whenever kids stop, eating chicken bones, we can get to it. All right, man.
Look at him. He can't even say nothing because he's too busy chewing.
Thank y'all.
This food is good though, man. I'll tell you that much. Good
what
food.
you eating, man?
I'm
trying to wait on you so that you once we start.
You've done a great job. I applaud you for it. But I'm snacking on a shawarma platter. Shawarma platter.
You said a
will
platter.
go away in a moment.
All right, man. Smitty showing us some more love, man. We got to show
Hey.
This is why I love this community, man. It's people like Smitty, people like James, people like Dante, and everybody else that always, show some love like that. It just so happens that this is a particular moment, beyond this, it's just, every month you got stuff to take care of with the channel. That always helps, y'all. But right now it's tight, and y'all showing love, man. Whatever it is, whatever amount it is great. So it's better than what I had going on before, man. We tight over here. So thank y'all, man. Thank y'all. And ain't no bullshit too. Y'all know I don't bullshit. I ain't telling y'all nothing that I can't walk out in my yard and take you a picture of and show you. Trust me. But yeah, man, we gonna have to get to it, man. We can't be waiting on Kev to get done filling his face up. You want to get to it?
Ted is here, bro. Let's go.
All right, we're gonna get to some Bears, y'all, because that's what we came here to do. Give me a second. Let me pull up. Let's get the bad news out of the way first. Let me just get this pulled up. So, don't know if y'all heard, but today at practice, which surprised me that they even had a practice. I guess it was a non-padded, kind of supposedly a walkthrough. But let me tell y'all something about walkthrough before I get into specifics about Kyle Monangai. Depending on your coach, a walkthrough can be much more intense than a walkthrough, especially when you have a coach that is putting an emphasis on things being intense and getting ready for an intense season. I played for a coach like that in high school and in college. You know, the walkthroughs got physical. And, you know, according to, I actually turned on CHGO and found this out. And what'd you say, Ron? That's okay, man. But according to Adam Hogue of CHGO, what they saw in practice was, you know, the walkthrough, you know, they being a little intense and they're running. And so Kyle Monangai breaks out and he's running away from Grady Jarrett. Grady Jarrett's trying to catch him. Catches up to him, grabs him, and I guess Kyle Monangai twists awkwardly. Hey, Dante, man, it ain't necessary, but hey, it is. Being honest with you, man, it ain't necessary. You don't have to do nothing, man. We're gonna work our way through this, man. You don't have to leave. You don't have to leave at all. Stay on in here. But yeah, Kyle Monangai twists his knee, and from reports, this is Adam Schefter. Kyle Monangai twists his knee, got checked out by the trainers. He's saying it's fine, but they're doing MRI to test it probably tonight or tomorrow. We'll probably find out more by the time we get to tomorrow's presser. So it was a time that everybody, all the Bears fans, you know, they holding their breath right now, kind of hoping that this don't turn to the worst. And me too, because I know how those kind of practices can be. And so before people jump down Grady Jarrett's stuff, trust me, it happens all the time when coaches insist on things being intense and, you know, practicing, you know, full speed, but you don't have to bring people to the ground. It happens all the time.
And to Grady's, you know, like you're saying, his benefit, he held him up halfway down. You know, he didn't finish the act of the tackle of falling on him, you know, but the twisting had happened by then. So it's a physical game, it's incidental contact, and initial tests are one thing, you know, which we saw with Kobe Bryant is, you know, we wait until the official testing and the official you know, word out of Hallis Hall. But according to this and the looks of it, everything is stable with the knee, but they're going to do an MRI just to see, because you can see up in there with the MRI and it will answer any and all questions and or doubts. So it's not ideal, obviously, and being that, you know, it's his right knee and he's a running back, you know, we'll probably not see him anymore this preseason unless absolutely necessary. So, you know, let the young fella you know, heal up. There's other guys in the room that are battling for a spot. We know that he's pretty much locked in, so keep it moving.
You know, the intensity of a practice like that, when coaches insist on you run to the ball full speed, then the fucking instincts kick in, and you do something you probably regret later on, just because that's just how it is. You know, I've been through that a couple of times, you know, in practices, and for damn sure it went up when we ain't supposed to be taken to the ground. You know, there's only 3 people on the team that ain't allowed to touch the ground. 2 of them don't count, the punter and the kicker, but the quarterback, of course, is the other guy. Everybody else is kind of game. they wired for sound, or for a better way of saying it. It can go down. And I've been in practices where that went up, just because, hey, we ain't supposed to be tackling. No, we ain't. But hey, you keep trying to run from me, I'm gonna throw your ass on the ground. That kind of shit happens every practice when you got a coach that insists on a whole bunch of testosterone filled dudes running around and basically thudding each other. Now, I'm not saying that Grady did that on purpose. I know he didn't do it on purpose, but just the intensity of the moment, man, it just happens, man. I just hope don't nobody go too crazy off on Grady Jarrett because of that. Because anybody could have done that.
Well, definitely not the news I wanted to hear. I was really expecting a lot from this particular player this season. And to be frank with y'all, man, like whole lot of injuries, not just for the Chicago Bears, but across the NFL this preseason, man. Like there's other teams that look very similar to what we've been experiencing. So it's not an anomaly, you know what I'm saying? But again, big ups to Kyle, man. Hope you get better soon. Hope you're back at it as quickly as you can, and we're not really looking at something extended. And it's unfortunate that I wouldn't want to hold Grady Jarrett to account in any capacity.
Hold on for a second, kids. We got to show some love here, my boy.
Right on. Let's go.
Red Baron.
He says the Scrolls with the $9.99 super chat, man. We love you, bro. No cap, bro. We love y'all, man. Especially you, man, and everybody in this motherfucker, man. For real. But let me read this super chat. He says, last week I saw Tyreek bring Burden down awkwardly. We definitely don't need this average defense being. You still think it's average, huh? Being a detriment to this potentially historic offense before the season even starts. I get where you're going. But it's loyalty across the board, Scrolls. Now, you just got to know that right out the gate. There's loyalty between teammates, man. But as soon as you get out there on the field, all the time we kick it and hang out and be laughing and BSing around, now you got a job to do. And now you're trying to make sure that you're doing as a coach orders you to do. Be intense, but don't bring nobody to the ground. And then sometimes it happens. Sometimes it's just the momentum of both of y'all coming in contact with each other. You bump them down to the ground. Sometimes, all right, you've been talking a little shit. I'm going to throw your ass down, that kind of thing. But then sometimes it's just freak stuff and instincts kick in. I don't blame nobody for that, man. Don't blame nobody for that. Also, everything I've been telling y'all about what I thought this defensive front was when we brought these new pieces in here. Everything we've been saying this whole entire offseason, I saw that shit come to life. That shit came to life yesterday. And people saw it for what we described it to be. But I ain't here to pat myself on the back or the network on the back. We're not going to do all that. But truth is, we told you. We told you. You'll see it. And so it's praise to go all across the board for that defense. That defense was storming, bro. But yeah, thank you, Squirrels. That pay no attention to that. That's just regular bang bang shit in football practices, bro. Go ahead.
Right. No. I mean, a lot of attrition, a lot of injuries, and we'll have to see. I can't argue with what Scrolls is saying there because, the more injuries we're having on the defensive side, especially the key players on that side of the ball, it's next man up case scenario in that situation, but who knows what this defense is really going to look like until go time. So, hopefully we can make it out of this preseason without too much more additional injury as we go through, man. But
sending good energy to Kyle Manunga, man. Everything is on the line, man. It ain't gonna be bad. I'm just putting that out to the universe. It's gonna be all right, man. He might miss a week or two with a little swelling, but he's gonna be all right. Just putting that out to the universe, man. We're gonna have our horses when it's time.
Well, we need them, that's for sure.
All right, let me get to another little bit of a story that we talked about previously here on the channel. And I don't know how seriously we took it, but I know I did say that they better investigate this. And word is from, I think, last name is Garofolo or something. Um, People have made phone calls to the Tampa Bay Bucks to inquire about Vita Vea. It's 3 of them that he noted, and the Bears was one. I know kids probably bang this story down because he got into the money aspect of it. I kind of remember that. But
no, I actually brought this. I brought Vita Vea up to you. There's 2 players I brought up to you months ago that we haven't hit, and this is the first one. What's funny about this is it's less to do with the dollars and cents. I think they could move things around to make this work. Reality is he's a bit of an older character, and the price tag will be significant. Meaning, like, this could look a lot like Grady Jarrett. Just saying. The flip side is there's somebody else on the team right now who's really starting to turn heads and make a lot of noise. And I don't know if you go and you get a guy like Vita Vea in this scenario.
Championship teams make championship moves.
Mm.
Remember
this
that.
Is true. No, this is true.
I like what we have, kids, but there's certain moves that you can make, and we had by all standards, a poorest run defense last year, did we not?
Yep.
Okay. And so what do you do when you see some real strong talent around the rest of the line and you really want to plug the middle of that defensive line? I saw some strong stuff yesterday, some really strong stuff from several guys. Now, I'm going to put that out there a little bit later on as we get into some individual takes on certain players. But I was proud and happy, and now I'm anxious about the fact that the Bears reached out here, because I think I don't know, even if they just putting this out to Garofolo that they did and they really didn't, I'm interested to know that the Bears are at least doing due diligence on this situation, because we do have a championship caliber football team. I don't care what nobody tells you. We got a championship caliber football team. And you have to do championship caliber things. And this would be one of them.
Like I say, I was interested in this, and I'm not sure if I'm quite as interested now. It's funny because Levante's right there where I'm right at this present time. A couple of months ago when I initially brought this up, it was really without hearing certain names and certain players or really knowing what they're about. And the one name that I'll drop here, I'm sure we'll get into it later, is Jordan Vandenberg. I'm hearing a lot of noise, and the noise is good. Couple that with some of the other talent that we have on the line right now, I'm hoping that the line looks okay. But, look good in that preseason game. We'll have to see what it really looks like and whether they feel that they need more power on that interior of the line. I think the interior might be all right.
And the thing is, Veda is 31 years old. It's going to cost you at least a 3rd round pick, to the Bucks to acquire him. Then he's going to want to get paid, 25, 30 mil a season for at least 2-3 years, you think. So, with all of those stipulations, like, nah. Let the free agents that we brought in and Street, Gallimore, Lynch, let the rookie Vandenberg and whoever else can battle, let them battle and figure it out, as opposed to giving up all of the required assets to attain them. You granted he's a good player, but does he fit with where this defense is in their course of development and where this team is in the course of its tradable assets? And re-signing assets?
Listen, all I know is I let people who do that kind of accounting do that kind of accounting. When it comes to the roster, it's depth and the players that we have, the developing players or the veterans that we have. To me, I'm just like I brush that to the side when it's a chance to get a guy this dominant. When you that's what you're looking for, dominant players that dominate their area. That puts a budding championship roster kind of over the top, whether it be an edge rusher, whether it be a D tackle, whether it's a receiver, whether it's a quarterback. You get dominant players that dominate their position, especially when you have kind of what people would call a shortage in run stoppers. You know, like I said, we'll get to some of these players and some of the stuff we saw yesterday, but this is a championship move. You do something like this.
Well,
So I won't be opposed to it whatsoever. I'll let people that deal with the money deal with all that kind of shit later on, but I'll be glad to put this player on this roster so we can go attack the shit out of offensive lines.
Like I said, I was with this as a move a couple of months ago. I'm just not so sure anymore. I'm also sure that they kind of need to test the waters with what they have, especially before making an investment. I think they need to know that this line is not, specifically the interior of this line is not where they need it to be before you go, and you make a deal for Vita Vea, especially at his age and at his price tag. Like both of those things are significant. Plus, again, I think we may have a couple of emerging players that, that bringing a player like of his ilk to the team might, it might be detrimental to the development and growth of the other guys.
Yeah, I understand all that. Hey, by the way, y'all, I know y'all about to start cooking. Don in the chat, he about to start trying to cook y'all. I just want y'all to know, when we get done with all the fanfare and the Lions and the Bears, the banter back and forth. Let me tell y'all something. I know a guy, a solid guy when I talk to one. And even though I've never met Don Burr personally, only thing I've ever done with him is through a chat. Don was the first one when I put that message out on the YouTube page about what happened. He was the first one to come in there and show me love. He's the first one. So just put that out there, man. Don, I have fun talking shit with Don. I know y'all do too. But y'all don't take it so personal until y'all don't realize it's a human element to all this. Every time. So we handle all that, man. We handle all that. So yeah. Any last words about Vita Vea? I would love this move. I think
like I say, I was with this move a little while ago when it was funny because me and you, we were talking very specifically about that porous line and the loss of Ford this off season, and how I even brought back how you're saying, during one of the games last year that we need a fat boy, and it's not even last year. You were saying it was the year before we got Ford, and then Ford left. So I was under the impression we needed somebody to fill that gap, and like Vita Vea not only fills the gap, but he owns it. You know what I mean? Like he'll own that gap, dominate that gap, right? So I'm kind of with you. Again, the little caveat to this is I think you need a couple of weeks to go by before you pull the trigger on this move.
Hey, Kez, can I mention something to you? I can say he's dominant. Everybody knows he's dominant. That's one thing. But when I go look at Vita Vea on tape, what's interesting to me and what proves to me that, I put him in D-line elite category. Yeah. It's when they're dominant. Like when they have to have it, Vita Vea is there every time. When they need a play to be had, Vita Vea is there. So he levels up when the time when it permits for him to make a play, when the team needs him to make a play, Vita Vea is dominant. If you go look at tape, you're going to see a whole lot of nice, powerful plays, real strong splash plays, but pay attention to the down and distance. If you go look at, say, highlights or something, Look at the down and distances when he's being dominant. That's another level of elite right there. It's when you're dominant.
You're damn right. Like I said, I really like this as a general idea, and I wanted us to cover this a little while ago when I was excited about it. Now I'm starting to get excited about other things, and I really hope they're real things. I hope these other areas transcend up and trend up, because here's the real facts. The real facts, and unfortunately, it's accounting, bro. Right? The real facts is there's a lot of money on that line right now, and it ain't in the edge. A lot of money in that interior if we layer on one more guy at a big contract now, when you potentially can jump out of some of those big contracts after the season, you kind of hamstringed yourself. So I think we need a couple of weeks more just to really get a feel as to what they think this, this D-line interior is going to look like. Yeah, man.
I'm just laughing at the chat, y'all. They having it. But hey, just want y'all to know, we keep talking shit to Don, getting his ass when you got to. Just know, man, it's he real with it though. He real with it. Just had to put it out there. All right, let me see. We got some more, a little bit more news to talk about that we wasn't prepared to talk about. Ozzy Trapillo has been activated off the PUP list.
What?
And part of me, and I heard Ryan Poles. I think he did a show. I mean, he did a interview with CHGO. He was talking about how there was a possibility a few days ago when they met with him, and I'm just like, okay, what does that mean? I mean, how ready is he right now? I mean, they taking him off the PUP list. That means, in most cases, that they're getting ready to get him prepared for at least limited contact.
Yeah,
not full.
He was practicing today, Jim Hunter said.
Yeah, doing one-on-one drills not with a player, but like with a trainer or a coach. And he was, doing his pass rush set, and he looked pretty fluid moving.
I have to make a public service announcement. I have to make.
Just don't say shit, kid. You're gonna jinx it.
You see what he's doing?
Just laugh. You don't got to say nothing.
But you see what he's doing, y'all. You see what's going on. So that we have to address the elephant in the room. So last 2 shows ish, my mic and shit sounded like garbage. So after the show, I dipped out. I let these brothers handle the show. I dipped out. And when I dipped out, my boy came on and he was like, man, Ked's internet is all messed up. His mic sound like shit. And I'm listening to it and I'm like, man, this guy just threw me under the fucking bus. I ain't even on the show. But it's all good. I'm a fan up. So I fanned up. And after the show, I jumped on. We got to troubleshoot. Would you believe?
Don't just leave it alone, bro. Just leave it alone.
It ain't my fault.
You see, I had to pause because I knew
everybody's mic is good right now, man.
You see that pause? You see that?
I
had to give it a timeout because I knew he would jump in and be like, kids, don't do it.
God, I tried to tell you that before you even got started because we ain't having mic issues, so leave it alone.
My boy's mic was causing the interference. That's what was going on. So we figured it out with some good old troubleshooting because my mic sound like garbage and then Tripp's mic sound like garbage.
Nice.
We finally booted him out the studio for a minute and it was like, wait a second, everything sounds like gold. How come it sounds like gold when he leaves? He came back in.
All right, man.
But it's all fixed. It's all good now. I just wanted to make sure that while I'm laying under the bus,
it ain't my fault.
You know what I'm saying? I have company.
Hey, man, listen. No, your shit your shit was stinking anyway, man, without that. But here, somebody told me I came here, I got paid to talk about Ozzy Trapillo. That's what we're gonna do. I never ever would have guessed that he would be remotely in this conversation about. I thought maybe somewhere late season, game 9, game 10, somewhere after whenever we get a break, maybe they start talking about taking him off the list. But I wonder, is this one of those moves that you have to do before you start doing your cut downs type. I don't know. But if they saying that he's out there at practice, doing one-on-ones, that means he's feeling good.
You want to do it. So Dan Patrick came out last week. He had a couple of interviews, spent some time with the team, and his big reveal was that Ozzy Trapillo's feeling good and looking good and maybe back sooner than everybody thinks. So here we are, couple of days later, not even a week later, couple of days later, and what we're hearing is Ozzy's been at practice and he's starting, right? So he's getting things back up. He's developing again, and we're gonna have to see what the testing looks like. Because, man, if we get our potential long-term starting LT back in the building, I think that's best for everyone, except for maybe, the three guys who are fighting for that role today.
I'm telling you right now, and I told you guys this before, and I don't know if y'all really bought it, but as I watched his tape before, he came out he came on like a lion, but went out like a lamb towards the end. When I say he went out like a lamb, you start to see rookie mistakes and, speed was really affecting him. And he started to really struggle, and then boom, he got injured. What I mean to tell you guys right now is there's no guarantee that job is a lock for him under the circumstances. And I think that's probably why he's pushing himself. That's just my opinion. And, some people think, okay, it's Ozzy's job whenever he gets back. I don't necessarily subscribe to that one.
Nah, I would agree with you there. I don't necessarily think that he comes back healthy as his job, no matter, who's playing. But also knowing that, what Nomad was referring to, let's just call it a rookie wall, if you will, before he got hurt. But looking at, the candidates for replacement to be starting left tackle, haven't really, separated themselves, let's say, head and shoulders above the others that would prohibit him from coming back and winning the job outright. My whole thing was, at the time of the severity of his injury is like, oh shit, a year and a half or whatever. And it's like, well, maybe we'll get him back during the middle of the season. And it was like, well, just redshirt him. But it's like, this fool is already back, in the second week of camp. And so I don't know what science is doing. I'm sure they're checking his pee and his blood for everything that wouldn't be allowed. But I don't think that the training staff or the coaching staff would put him in peril by putting him back into the fray this fast if he was not ready. And so as long as they're bringing him along, and of course he's going to have to ramp up, to get to camp shape, which takes time. And, so as long as we're not rushing him, just let him come back at his own pace. And if he can come back healthy and, in a few weeks into the season and not only compete for, but look like he deserves to be the starting left tackle, welcome back. Waka waka.
Yeah, go ahead, kid. You got something?
You go, man. Because long story short, if this guy could get you're probably right with respect to the job not just automatically being his, but we're gonna see what competition looks like once they feel he's actually healthy. I still don't see him showing up at the beginning of the season. Maybe right into October is when you'll start to see Ozzy Trapillo. But that's a good, in my opinion, that's a good news story as long as he looks better than what we have at left tackle today.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of, because they've tested him for strength as far as they could in a room when you're dealing with machines and people that's, pulling and tugging all over you and having you do resistance training and all that kind of stuff. But it's nothing like when you pad up and have to deal with play in and play out the consistency of power in an NFL NFL football player. So that's the next hurdle. That's the next hurdle. And the other hurdle is him internally. How's your confidence in your recovery? Are you just gonna go out there and let it fly like nothing ever happened, or are you still thinking about that shit in the back of your head? All those things have to be worked out with him and him only. You know, the trainers and the staff can only take you so far, but how fast you are ready, you cannot warp speed that. You're gonna have to just go and let nature tell you when it's time for you to be on that field at full bore. Until then, you know, you gotta just keep working. But I know he's a little anxious because he sees competition out there and he wants that job, and I can understand. I just hope that if he's not able to put a pause on himself, there are people around him if he's out there too early. I just don't like to see players get pushed out there when it's not their time. You know, this is if he's ready and truly ready, it's incredible. I'll just say that. So the knee, the part of the knee that he messed up is where the cap is, where your kneecap is. There's a tendon right underneath that attaches to your shin. And so that tendon is ruptured. And he's been repaired, and he's out there like nothing ever happened. With no brace and nothing. You know, that's impressive enough to me, just the fact that he ain't out there with no support on it.
That's huge. That's huge.
So yeah, congratulations to him, and I hope that he gets back 100% and adds to this competition. I'm just not in a hurry to see that, because I just want him to be where he needs to be before he starts to put his hat into that mix and not push it too much.
Well, like I say, if there's any opportunity for him to reclaim that position, I'm with it, man. I'm happy to hear it, happier to see it.
Yeah. All right. So we had a lot of stuff going on. We had a signing since the last time we talked, and this guy showed up. Two easy picks, two of the easiest picks I've ever seen in my life.
Those were bad throws, bro.
Yeah, that's why I said.
But still,
you know what I mean? Those are bad. Those are a couple
got
bad.
beating on the spot.
My grandma could have got them, you know, waking straight out the bed. But hey, you know, I'm not trying to bring him down. He played. He was out there. He made some plays on the ball. One play in particular on the third down got us off the field. They were great on third down. You can tell that Dennis Allen put a bounty on who gets us off the field on third down type of shit. And they was on that shit on third down, bro. You know, the running game at times they gave up a couple first downs here and there, but passing game they was on their shit when it came to not giving up third down. They was on their shit, and he made a hell of a play on the ball, and he's been doing that the entire time he's been in the NFL when given an opportunity. Beanie Bishop has always been a ball magnet, even though those two interceptions basically fell right into his lap. You know, he's always been a ball magnet. It's just being where the ball is a trait. How about that? That's a trait that not everybody has. It's people that go through the entire NFL careers in the secondary don't have nan pick in their life. But when you got ball instincts and real football instincts, you're always around the ball. Always. And he has that. This is a really good pickup because of the, you know, we just don't know what's going to happen with Kyler yet. I'm holding my tongue with him, and we'll leave that to a side conversation. Let's focus on Beanie Bishop. We needed some depth because all of a sudden now you got, you know, other people getting thrust, taking slot corner reps that you ain't had planned for that to happen, or a little earlier than you planned for that to happen. We'll talk about that guy a little later, but it's nice knowing that we have a guy that's done it and has some games under his belt, and you got to put him out there in the moment to get it done. You know he can get it done. And so how he shakes up on the depth chart, I think he's just going to get better and better as the rest of this camp convenes, because he ain't got no choice but to. He's learning what the calls are, but they were confident enough to put him out there within a few days of signing him and have him play significant football, and it looked good to me. What y'all think about Beanie?
I say Beanie looked great out there. You know, barring those 2 passes, he looked good. Like I kind of have to discount them, even though they're ints, man. They're takeaways. Um, I need to see a little bit more from this player just to see how he factors in and where. There was some other not so great play in the secondary yesterday as well. Sorry, there was a couple of mistakes in the secondary, and I'm wondering if Beanie can really be the guy to help clean some of that up.
Well, it's nice to at least have him be aware, to catch those overthrown balls, because not every pick that Nashawn Wright or Kevin Byard made was jumping in front of a passer. Some of those were poorly thrown balls that they reacted to and made the play on. And when we did sign Beanie Bishop, I looked at the some of the comments, and it was just a lot of dismay from Steelers fans
Yeah,
because they were sad to see him go because he got squeezed out amongst the veterans and the way that just the team structure was. So he became available, and he's by all accounts a very good player, still young, has NFL experience, and now he's on the Bears, and he got a couple picks, whether they were ducks or not. So as long as he can continue his development within the team structure, there's gonna be a place for him, because injuries is a son of a bitch, and his skill set is a Dennis Allen, Al Harris kind of thing. So welcome aboard, and keep balling out, Mr. Bishop.
He's a stopgap, is what it is, until Kyler is ready to get out on the field. We need somebody qualified, and now every I don't care what nickel you are, even Kyler has his flaws. He's a paid player, but he's got his flaws too. We just need somebody there to man that gap. You guys have somebody in that gap, and Beanie Bishop was, to them, the best guy available to do that. And so expect that when we roll out, let's just say, warp speed into regular season, ideally this would be the guy if Kyler's not there. I know people feel a way about Malik Muhammad, which we're going to get to right after this. But you just don't understand how important it is to have a veteran available to play this position, because it entails so much. You can be as high as you want to be about a young football player with a whole lot of talent that you think need to be getting these reps. But when important football is being played, you don't got time to be worrying about who getting reps and who ain't. What you got time for is to make sure you got the right person in there to make a goddamn play. And he's still young, 26 years old, man. He's a young, fresh football player that is getting more and more experience and kind of knows the lay of the land when it comes to this position. It's a whole lot that comes with it, man. I don't know how many times you got to hear people tell you that the nickel outside of quarterback is probably the most, I guess you would call, mentally stressful position, because it entails so much. It's an all-encompassing position when you're just a cornerback, just trying to play cornerback. Now you got to think like a linebacker and do linebacker things when it's time to. Got to watch formations and sets, and if there's a motion or shift, you got to make sure you communicating right and align right. If you too far aligned to the inside or the outside of something that got called and checked out with the defense, you messed up a play. So you got to be right. And so I keep stressing this. The nickel cornerback ain't just who can cover somebody man to man or not. It's a lot of information being disseminated in his mind and the rest of the defense around him, making sure that if you get something wrong, you're in a position to correct it. All of that shit's going on in your head. I can go down a list of things that I can, when I see a formation that makes me think this or that. I mean, it's to come to a team just like that. He's playing a vanilla defense that Dennis Allen is calling out there, which helps him kind of hyper speed his getting on the field. But when the game plan starts to get a little detailed, that's when he's going to need these next few weeks in camp to get some of these calls and checks down, making sure he's on the right page with the safeties for the most part and the linebackers. So yeah, just know, man, he's doing yeoman's work by just getting on the field in the first place. But hell of a game, man. I saw him make a few plays out there outside of the interceptions.
I'm just glad there's a little bit of competition at that position. You know what I mean? And we're getting the chance to see some of it. Really worried about the Kyler situation. And this little Jabril Peppers comment by Jim is worth touching on.
Jabril is he's more linebacker safety.
Well, our main safety got hurt.
Well, yeah. I mean, but we do have a guy in the building, Xavier Woods. But Jabril Peppers is an interesting guy.
He just got hurt too.
He's the thing I like about Jabril.
Thanks, Trip. So
I like about him is he's versatile.
Brother, he's one of his college. Wow, his college tape's insanity. They put him anywhere, he could just get it done, including return game. Man, he's one of the wildest return men I've ever seen. He hasn't done any of that in the NFL though. I don't think he's just been allowed. But I think it might be a good idea to have a couple of relatively, low money safety rotational players, especially from a veteran perspective, because you got your young buck there, man. He's super solid, but I think he's going to spend the better part of the season just acclimating and learning from somebody, and somebody got to be there, man. So I'm with AC Adam. I'm with Corny on this one. I hold that player in very high regard. And I think right now
you can't. That college tape was explosive, but him as a college player and him as an NFL player, it's taking him some time to get to where he's at. And I ain't saying he's in the best place in the world either.
He's one of those, the old saying is jack of all trades, master of none, and he's kind of like the epitome of that. He's now sort of stepping into his role as a safety. Before, you just put him on the field and he's impactful. So I don't know really what they would want to do, but I could see there being reason enough to take a shot in the dark on a Jabril Peppers in today's world, just given the attrition at the safety position and the dollars and cents around this particular veteran player.
All right, I'll tell y'all what. I got to jump to some. I probably should have started with this, but I pride myself in.
Where's Samo when you need him, huh?
I was about to call him today too, man.
See?
But if he ain't in the chat, if his ass ain't in the chat, that means he's busy, because I know he saw the same shit we saw and he got a lot to say about it.
Mm-hmm.
If he ain't in the chat, that means he's busy right now. But Jamry Chroma, you talking about? I pride myself, No Maniacs, and Kids and Trips know this too. And getting all the information, doing all the tape, seeing around corners with every single player that we have on the team, having information and just knowing what this dude can bring to the table. Jamry Chrome has been on this roster this is going on the third year. He's been in this camp. And this is the one I didn't see coming. I did not see this coming. Jamry Chroma is a much more improved player. First thing that I noticed that jumped off at me when I seen him before he really started making plays, I saw him on the sidelines. He's leaner. So Jamry Chroma in college was about 275, 280. 6'3", about 275, 280, somewhere in that range. Now he's down to about 265. And you can see that lean muscle. He is strong, bro. He looked really good. He looked like an NFL edge rusher that's about his business. And Lord, that showed up on the game. I mean, he was every part of that game that he was out there, and they left him out there too to see. Is this just no? He kept bringing it, kept bringing it, kept bringing it. This is the type of shit I'm talking about. When you start thinking about, okay, why don't the Bears do this? Why don't the Bears do that? Why? How come they didn't sign this edge rusher? How come they didn't draft this edge rusher? It's because they seeing shit in practice that we don't know about until we effing know about it. And guess what? We just found out they got a guy that they think has a lot of potential, and it's keeping them from going, overboard with the money. And what I saw was impressive to me. Like, man, this guy, he's just at that age too. He's just at that age. And I keep saying this shit all the time, kids and trips. Flu said it right the first time. He said, when you get defensive linemen, it usually takes 2 to 3 to 4 years before they get to where they need to get to because of the change in power, speed, and quickness in the NFL. It's a huge change. Everybody's a dog. And so it's taken Jamie Chroma this amount of time to get where he is. And what I saw, I was totally impressed with. I mean, the power, the quickness, the explosion off the ball, everything was there. I mean, he was a beast. I mean, he was just always around the ball, even in the run game. Man, that shit was impressive, bro.
Well, I'm happy for this. It sounds to me like they're going to have a really decent rotation, and that is important, right? Like I didn't really see this particular player start to step up at any other time, or really, whether they actually gave him much of an opportunity to do so either is another question. But all of a sudden, you put this guy out there in a preseason game and give him the opportunity to shine, and he's shining. So we need to feed into that, help continue to develop him, and potentially we might have a really decent rotation going on. I can't. I'm not going to put the world on Jamie Chroma's shoulders, but man, let's keep this going.
Well, there's a reason that Ryan Poles and company didn't feel the need to go edge, the way the fan base has, because they've been looking at Jamrock Chroma, in the weight room.
Welcome to Jamrock.
And so they're like, all right, we got to give this kid a chance. He's been here working, year 3. What you got? His body's developed mentally. He's more mature, just being 3 years later. And now we can see that in this first preseason game, Chroma led the league in pressures. I think it was like 6 or 7 of them. But along farther down in that list was preseason standout Travis Gibson, with the pressures. And it's like, all right, well, as long as Jerem Reed does not, just be a preseason fluke, there's definitely room on him for the team, because edge rusher, what? We need, some of that help there. So if this UDFA can keep producing throughout the preseason every time he gets the opportunity, and then that's going to make the decision come, the final cut down. Well, the only cut down day this year, because there used to be 3 of them. Now there's just 1. That's going to make, tough decisions. So, from Samo's, love of this kid's traits from the time he was, a prospect, to the work that he's put in to develop his self, mentally and physically, the sky's the limit. And, from UDFA to who knows where. Let's go Jamrock.
Hey, bro, let me tell you something. When we got Jamie Chroma, he was pretty explosive for a 280-pound kid playing edge rush. He was explosive. And he won a lot of times, man. He got a lot of sacks while he was in college. Lots. But when you're playing at James Madison, your competition level is here and there, depending on you. If you ran into a Tennessee that week, you ran into a Mississippi or Alabama or Georgia, you got some competition. But for the most part, he's dealing with Walmart clerks that are big, and so that's why it takes guys like him and these other defensive linemen some time to get to where they need to be. But golly, man, what impressed me more than anything else is how much better he got with his hands. Like he just overwhelmed guys in college and just outquicked them, outpowered them, and usually that's enough to get around the corner or through somebody and get to the quarterback and get those stats. But what he's honed and refined is his hands. His hand fighting is gotten to another level and got them in the Bears camp to the point where I want to see this guy. I want to see more and more reps. I want to see him with higher and higher competition. And that's what they're going to be looking for moving forward, is putting him against the stiffest competition that they can find. They've been seeing it against the ones sparingly in camp, which makes them, a little excited. Okay, let's give him some of this stuff in a preseason game. But we're going to find out even more when they do the joint practices with who was it? Cincinnati first, and who was it? Who was it next after that? I can't remember.
The Bungles this week, right? Because they got the Bungles game
Saturday. Yeah, the Cincinnati first, but then they got somebody else after that. I want to say New York.
Titans.
The Titans, yeah. And they're gonna really test him in those competitions because they want to see, okay, do we need to make provisions for him? We've been sticking him and keeping him hanging around on, the practice squad for the most part and working on the development part of his game. He got poached for about 24 hours by the Patriots, and they got him right back. That should tell you some things. And so what I saw is what you need to see. And it's hard to equate this with a Chicago Bears team because we're not used to it. What you saw is development. And it looks really good on him.
Mm-hmm. Well, makes me a little bit less worried about that edge.
They got to make provisions for this guy now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's more than willing and able to play special teams because Austin Booker, no more special teams, please.
Yeah, man. This I think this guy's gonna F around and get into rotation. Forget getting on the 53. I think he's gonna get rotated. I think he should get rotated. If what I saw watching him play, I know it's gonna be consistent because he can consistently use the things that he used in that game against any tackle.
That's the question, though. When we say veteran presence, recently, obviously they're not at all close to the same level, but Von Miller signed with the Cowgirls tonight. And just looking at the veteran defensive ends, like another player came in today, a veteran guy for a tryout defensive end. But like, who just said that someplace in the chat? Was it Levante?
Said what now?
Oh no, Corny. He said, I like to take a chance on Jamrock before I would with all these other in and out of retirement guys. So bringing in a defensive end who is a veteran, like 30, 32 or whatever years old, versus giving a kid like Chroma a shot. Personally, I would rather give the kid a shot, understanding that, sure, the veteran has more savvy and veteran knowledge, but the kid is hungry and is an up-and-comer and more athletic ability. So it's just where, will Ryan Poles and Dennis Allen fall, along that spectrum.
It's funny you say that, man, because Von Miller is he might be the one guy that I would spend a couple of months on.
He's a Texas boy at the end of his career.
I know, and that's all the more reason for him to go.
You could have saw that coming from a mile away, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but he did play for their arch rivals a minute ago. right?
Yeah, but that's who we brought in, Marcus Davenport, I think.
Oh, for a workout?
Yeah.
Okay.
I told y'all that was going to happen few weeks ago.
Yeah, thanks, Kitty
That's
Cat.
that's one of Dennis's guys.
Von Miller's been in the NFL longer than most franchises.
Hey, Von, I love Von Miller, man. I love his
Just
lifestyle.
cold-blooded.
Von got a effing ranch, man. Von is a real country boy.
I'm just saying, man.
And you know, that I'm not mad at that. You know, I mean, Von Miller is at a stage where he can kind of choose where he wants to go. And I don't blame him for going back to his home.
There were only 6 teams when Von Miller was drafted.
But man, back to this, man. I was so impressed. And by the way, we're gonna talk about another guy who was as impressive, but he just he wasn't able to finish quite as much as Jeremy Cromer did. Jeremy Cromer's got long arms, he's got power up the wazoo. So when you start talking about a 4-3, an even front edge rusher that has to put his hands in the dirt more times than not, this is what you want.
Yeah.
This is the kind of guy you want. Big, lean, quick, fast, strong, equally of all those parts. Quick, fast, strong, powerful, all of it. He's got it all wrapped up into one. And I saw it when he was at James Madison. He's just now putting it together. I'm so happy that Poles and that staff, if you want to SHIT on Poles, give him some credit for making sure this guy got stuck around.
Well, definitely. I mean, and that's exactly what the practice squad is for. You know, not just hiding veteran guys, you know, off of the roster to have as backups, but to actually develop UDFAs and spend time with them, allow them to develop. And, you know, we see the results in the UDFAs that Ryan Poles has brought in, and, you know, in Tyson Bagent, Jade Walker, Josh Blackwell, you know, Chroma. Can he be another one of those guys that, you know, works and now all of a sudden he's on a roster and now he's on game day on Sundays making plays? I think this kid, you know, has it in him.
We're gonna find out soon enough.
Yeah, 2BD.
I just hot take, and I don't think this is such a hot take, but it's a thing. Yeah, I think it was a run. I think it was a runaway, but people might say it's a toss up. But I'd say he was an MVP of that game.
People are impressed. People were impressed by this particular player, so I won't. I don't think that take is all that hot.
What y'all say, No Maniacs? Y'all think he was an MVP as far as performances go? I know it's a few close second and thirds. I know that. And we're about to get to the next guy in a second here. Let's just get to him right now. We'll come back to Jammer if we need to. Quietly, this guy was super impressive, like I told y'all he would be. What I tell you,
motor indeed.
Number 97, like James Lynch.
Did I not say y'all were gonna like this dude? Tape don't lie. You know?
That's what we want to hear.
Don't lie. I was looking at this game when I got done looking at it, kids. I watched it again. I'd tell you honestly, I've just been watching the trenches on both sides of our ball. The trenches. I was watching left tackle the whole time. The offense is on the field. When the ball spills out, I watch that player that gets the ball. And I'm watching the competition at left tackle. On defense, I'm intently watching, you know, the new pieces along the defensive front. And I'm watching the interior for the most part, but I'm watching the edges too, because Jeremy Cromer made me, and Daniel Hardy did too. But this guy I told you guys was going to be one of the favorite guys that we got in the offseason. He ain't the only one. But James Lynch is everything I said he would be. He was going to be getting pressure up from the middle. They even had him playing big edge. I've seen that probably 3 series. They put him as an edge. So he's versatile that way. This is a great piece that we signed. And I don't have to express it as much as I did before, because now people get to see it. But I was thinking about you, kids, and trying to convince you throughout the months of, the moves that we were making in the offseason, that this defensive front is going to be better. And we don't really necessarily have to have this, household name edge rushers to make everybody happy. I'm telling you, the front is a whole lot more talented. The middle is a whole lot more talented than you think it is. I was thinking about you the whole time, but I'm glad you got to see this shit in real time for yourself.
Yeah, a bunch of those guys look real good, but like I say, I'm convinced is a tough one. You know what I mean? You can't convince me of shit until we get to September, bro. You know what I mean? When we get to September, then we're gonna see for real what this interior looks like. But Mr. Lynch looked great, man. He had a couple of partners out there that look good too. So shout out to James, man. Well, good on you. Good to see you out there making your impression felt, man. That's exactly what we need to see, and we need to see more of that same type of stuff out of Gallimore and Street and JVDB too, man. It's
Yeah.
it's
The
gonna
good
be a
thing
strong.
is,
Listen to them all. Let's get this guy his flowers. He played.
but Lynch, he was as ever advertised in the sense that relentless motor, play to the echo of the whistle, never give up kind of attitude. And it looks like, there are only so many guys that you're going to be able to double team on the defensive line. And the showing is that, okay, we got a couple guys that may command a double team. Now, if we can get a couple of those on the field at the same time, or get more guys that would command a double team, the more the merrier. But early results from a very small sample size, the results are positive for James Lynch.
The first thing I noticed, and it's what I was preaching to you all and Cares and Trip as well, is the explosion off the ball is going to be much better. Speed off the ball, the quickness off the ball, the punch off the ball was going to be much greater with the addition of these players and what they're preaching. I saw it from all. Even Javon, all the people that's talking about he's too slow, everybody was bringing that shit. And that was evident right away. And until the end, to the very last whistle, they were getting off that ball and they were attacking that line of scrimmage. And they really couldn't run on us unless they went outside and somebody missed a containment and somebody spilled outside. They couldn't run on us. And I think that travels. That kind of mindset, when you can do that, you got guys that are big, fast, quick, and can get in lanes. It was impressive, bro. I mean, it was like night and day from when I seen that line last year. Literally, that's what I was watching more of anything else, more of the left tackle competition, more of anything that was going on in that game. I was watching that defensive front. And them dudes was getting off that ball from the very first whistle, bro. They was getting off that ball, and it was impressive. And this guy needs to have his name be singled out and him being touted, man. Like, he's going to be a player for us, man. That rotation is going to be a beast, and I told y'all it was.
Indeed.
So I gotta pay a lot of attention to this interior case scenario as we go through these preseason games, because Michael White, man, Jaden Loving looked good too, bro.
Yeah. For his job, he was getting off that ball and pushing that line back. He got double teamed quite a few times too.
He did get double teamed. You were right, and he still made some noise.
Yeah, he did. Kentavious Street, we're gonna get to him all, y'all. Just hang in there. We just getting started. James Lynch. I mean, I'm telling you, his quickness off the ball, but I think his hand techniques and his hand fighting is better than, as much as I love Neville and him and how he gets off the ball, James Lynch's hands are probably a step or two above everybody else's on the team. That includes the starters. Grady is the only other guy that I know on the team that you can say, nah, he ain't good as Grady. But that just comes from years of honing his technique. But outside of that, this guy's got the best hands on the team outside of Grady along the defensive front. He wins hand fights, bro. And 9 times out of 10, it gets you past that individual or two and back into the backfield so you can chase some shit down. Or you can block a pass or any of that kind of stuff. Win in the hand battle. So much of it is that. And you definitely saw that shit, didn't y'all, kids and trips?
Absolutely, bro.
Yep.
Yeah.
Impressive.
It makes me like, and that's why I'm saying I gotta pay attention to this now moving forward, because there's a lot of up and coming talent in that DT room now, and like if I was Javon Dexter, I'd be a little bit worried.
Well, let's not make that about him. He's just making him. I saw he was impressive too. But we'll save that for a whole other conversation. Let's just give James Lynch his flowers. Because that shit was impressive.
Yeah, no, he won some double teams. He definitely made his impression felt again. And I need to see he left me wanting to see more, man. So when we get to Cincinnati, or we hit up Cincinnati, I'll be interested to see how he takes over when he gets his opportunity on field, man.
The other guy that was really, really, we're talking about some of the new pieces we brought in here. Hold on a second. Let me pull it up. Right off the bat, I mean, just Big Neville. Big Neville. I think this guy, like I think of this guy like true diamond in the rough, true guy that just needs an opportunity to show he's one of the best players at his position in the league. And every year he's gotten better and better and better and better and better. Every step I watched him take from Dallas all the way to Indianapolis to us, I've watched this guy just get better and better and better and better to the point where he knows now, as so many years in the NFL, I need to be somewhere where I can play to my strengths. Cannot be in he wouldn't fare well in a gap system, in a 2-gap system. He fares well when he can use his speed, quickness, and power to overwhelm the opposition. And right away, within the first series, I see him shoot a gap and get in the backfield and make a tackle for loss, TFL. Right in the first series or two. He's right back there in the backfield, shooting gaps. Big boy can move. Can effing move. That's the kind of shit we didn't have in abundance outside of Grady, who was hurt last year.
He's a bowling ball, man. He's got all that stuff that Ryan Poles would have loved in young man Bell, man. But he's got it in multiples, and I've like I say, I've known this kid for a very long time. And I just need to see a little bit more, because I think he's going to be very destructive on that line. And not just him, him and this new cast of DTs. I think that room is going to start to it's really going to start to shine. But I think this is I think it's a lot of it's going to come down to Neville Gallimore, man.
Outside of a healthy Grady, he's the best 3 technique we have on the team.
I agree.
And he was Gallimore definitely showed that he can play some football. Again, it's not the exact rotation that it's going to be. It's not the same snap count it's going to be. But positionally, he's an athlete. He's a baller. And he's going to, contribute to this defensive line, which we hope. Now you can have 4 at a time that can be a problem for the opposing offenses instead of just like one dude.
Hey, kids, what did I tell you guys a couple weeks ago? The position 3 technique in a defense like this has to be what? Absolutely disruptive.
Oh, well, for sure. Yeah.
He has to be a problem. To play this position, you have to be a problem. And I know why they went and got Grady right away when Dennis Allen got here, because he understands the the formalities of this defense can get exacerbated if you don't have the right 3 technique. It can be weak and really unsuccessful because you don't have the right person disrupting the front and making the entire defense work. The entire operation depends on how powerful and disruptive this guy is. That can alter the line of scrimmage and change the whole dynamic of the play in the first place. Alter up the speed of when you're getting the ball out. All that shit is determined on whether somebody like a Neville Gallimore can get off that ball and really show in that backfield, get across that line of scrimmage. So having a guy like this, we didn't have last year because we had an unhealthy Grady Jarrett. He got a little bit better late in the season, but we need that Grady Jarrett for 17 games or more.
He works, man. And that's one thing I can tell you about this kid. This kid puts in work. He improves year on year, and he'll continue to do so. So I think over the course of the next couple of years, as long as he's a Chicago Bear, we're going to see some really good football out of this kid. That much I can tell you, man, for sure. As somebody who's watched him play and grow into the person that he is today, you're going to see a lot of that, and there'll be a lot of development and improvement from Neville. And if you've been paying attention to Neville over the course of the last few years, that's exactly what we've seen. A lot of development, man, and a lot of growth from this particular player. So I think it'll definitely help from a rotational perspective between him and Grady. Like you said, no, man, Grady was hurt for a bunch of last season. We can save him from if we can save a couple of snaps from Grady and get Neville out there to provide similar 3-tech work, I think we've done ourselves a favor, right? We've upgraded the depth and given Grady a little bit of load balance, right? So I think it's going to work out across the board.
You're gonna have some explosive dudes just because you got so many pieces.
Yeah, it's true.
You're gonna have explosion on the defensive front, and that's what we need. We need to have explosion off the ball, explosion into that offensive line to cause disruption, to make the entire defense function. And we saw that. That's what we needed last year. We just didn't have the personnel. And as much as I tried to defend Dennis Allen last year, it was for naught because people only saw it in a generalized sense. The results. And I'm telling you, being groomed to play in a defense like this from high school, I know, and I'll tell you something, and I'm going to take Neville off the screen just for a second, just to tell y'all this story. The thing about me playing in a defense like that, I knew only so much in high school. I had a defensive coordinator that sat me down and learned how to watch my game and how to improve my game and watch what to look for from a narrow-minded point of view. So if you would say a narcissistic point of view, what you have to do and what you have to be responsible for, I learned that in high school. I learned the entire functionality of the defense in college, where my prism just opened up. You know what I mean? So I understood everybody's job. And when I did, I started to understand why we had certain players at certain positions. Because it's about speed and really being disruptive for you to be right running this 4-man front. And if you're going to be in man-to-man, it makes you right because you know that ball is going to come out in a certain amount of time because you got disruption up front. And you have athletes behind him, whether it's in the linebacker room, speed in the linebacker room, speed in the secondary. You got speed behind it to make a play on the ball. That's the whole. If you wanted to look at a 4-3 defense like this in a nutshell, that's it. Having speed off the ball and having the athletes behind it to make a play on the ball when that ball comes out fast. This is why I keep saying I think we're in a position to make almost as many or as many turnovers as we did because we have unique speed to the ball right now. When everybody's right, we're going to be able to get to the ball, bro. But we got some pieces, that we need to get back on the field. And let me just talk about some of the young stuff that was going on out there. And I'm going to say this. I got to find him, right? I got so many guys in here. Give me a second. Oh, there we go. So Malik Muhammad got the start, and it was really trial by fire, kids and trips, is what it really was. And you want that. He's got to have that if you're going to give him reps at slot corner. I'm going to say this right now. I don't think there was any plan for him to have this many reps at slot corner. Not this early. This is only happening through the injury. But I will say this. He stepped up to the challenge. He definitely stepped up to the challenge, and he was eager for it. He was eager for it. I can just tell you this right now. No matter how good it looked with Malik Muhammad in the preseason, it's going to get 100 times more aggressive in the regular season because they will target him. He will have that. You heard Ben Johnson say, and Dennis Allen, he will have a target on his back if he ends up being our starting nickel. And he's going to fail, bro. He's going to fail, and then he's going to win at some point. But how much of that failure is going to end up costing us games, we don't know, which is why you bring a Beanie Bishop into the building. You don't want him out there as a starter under these circumstances, but give him the reps that he needs to get ready for it in case he has to get thrust into the competition.
Well, I think he's in the competition, and that's part of the reason why they gave him the start, right?
No, I think they just need him to get that training.
Yeah, that's what that is. Give him the start, give him the opportunity to get that training, because we're probably, they don't seem very confident, is a great word to use here, in whatever the Kyler Gordon case scenario really is. Like, I'll kind of leave it there. So there has to be competition. And we got to see both Beanie and Malik play well at the position. So, let these guys go back out there again this coming week and see what they show us, man. Because I'm interested in somebody playing nickel for this team. At this point, I have no clue who it's going to be.
Well, Levante brings up a good point that Beanie Bishop will be suspended for the first 3 games of the season. So that will open up opportunities, even if Mr. Bishop is penciled in, one of those spots.
Kyler will be out there at some point.
Well,
let's not even.
We hope
at this present time. Let's not even entertain Kyler Gordon as a player for now. When we hear,
because even when the coaching staff is like, "When's Kyler coming back?" We don't know.
He's pissed off. I could tell by his look on the sideline, but we'll save that for another.
Right.
Malik
pissed off?
But as far as
who?
Malik is getting the reps that he needs right now.
Right.
And I don't think you can get enough of them. I know you can't get enough of them because whatever you see in practice, you get used to because you're playing against your team. Whatever you see in joint scrimmages, we're just going to kind of reveal some stuff. Preseason is you playing against a whole bunch of second, third guys. You playing, that's one thing. When you playing ones against ones, you're going to see some shit that you ain't seen, and that's going to be a real trial for him. Let's see what this ends up looking like. I like what I saw. I like what I saw because he was feisty. He was game. Let's just say that. That's the best way to describe what I saw. He was game.
Well, he looked exactly like his college film. He would come up, and support the run, come up and hit you on the screens. Excuse me. And he's physical, he's fast, and he's smart. And so the more reps, the better. He may not win the number 1 spot, right now out of camp, but with injuries or availability, he may be pressed into duty. So the more he can learn, the faster, the better.
Trip, I want to mention something that I saw over and over and over again, and not necessarily because the camera always showed it, but sometimes the camera did. You see, the camera picked up Al Harris calling him to the sidelines and coaching him up through this process while he was out there going through trial by fire. And that shit was, you can tell that he was leaning on Al, and Al was keeping him game in this competition. Like, don't even worry about it, man. You're gonna be all right. Hey, keep trusting your eyes, kind of shit. I kept seeing him say eyes, eyes, eyes. And that's the, like, playing that position to get ahead of what might happen around you. You have to go back to the tape and trust what your eyes see. If you see these certain formations, you see these certain looks. If you are to believe what you see on tape and trust their tendencies, you have to trust your eyes. You have to. And okay, if I get it wrong, okay, I'll go over here and explain to the coach what I saw. He's gonna tell me what it was. I'm gonna tell you what I saw, and you can work them kinks out, rub them right on out. But you, like I said about Kyler before he went out there and got thrust into that fire, he's gonna have to go through it. If this is going to be the job that you're gonna have to take, you're gonna have to take them lumps that come with it, bro. And sometimes you're gonna get it wrong. Sometimes you're going. Now, one thing I will say about Malik that I noticed right away is, and I saw that when he was in college, he's sticky, like in a very aggressive way. He's going to get handsy. He's going to get physical at the line of scrimmage the best way he can. But I even I can tell when he's being physical at the line of scrimmage, I can see stuff working in the back of his head. So he didn't get totally physical, like in a dominant way at the line of scrimmage. It's like, okay, I'm gonna make sure I get my hands on you like the coaches want me to, and then let's get into phase, into the route. It's not aggressive because he's not as confident yet. But it's coming. It is coming. When he does get the confidence that he needs, and that's going to take a few ass whoopings for him to get to where he needs to get to, he'll be a dominant football player. Just like Kyler turned out to be. So but you got to take the ass whoopings first.
You mentioned you saw someone was pissed off on the sidelines.
Not pissed off.
No?
You saw him, I'm talking about Al Harris. He wasn't pissed off. He was just staying connected to him because he's a rookie with a lot of expectations on him, and he was trying to keep him in the game.
Well, you know what? Make your mistakes now, young buck, right? Like, this is the perfect time to make your mistakes. And I couldn't find too many better secondary coaches than Al Harris for you to be able to say, hey, look, I made a mistake out there. This is what I saw. What should I be looking for? How can I manage this better? And, that's all Al Harris right there. So he's in good hands, y'all. You know what I mean? He's in good hands. Hopefully Al can really coach this young guy up and get him ready. Because as the chat's shouting out here, man, there's potential for a couple of missed games for our other potential nickel. So we may have to ready Mr. Muhammad on the quick fast, right?
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. I love Al Harris and the way he coaches, man. And he's like a head coach for the secondary. And the way he goes about it, you got to believe him because he's not that far removed from the game where you can say, oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's old, this, that, and the other. That happens with coaches, man. They're like, man, you old, man. You don't even know what's going on out here. That kind of thing happens. Malik is tied into whatever Al Harris says. Whatever comes out of Al Harris's mouth, you can see Malik is tied into it. He's braided it up. And that's going to kind of speed up his process a little bit. But again, I'm going to say this and I'll keep saying it. The guy came in with the leprechaun's gold of talent. He got it all. Now he needs to put into his computer, into his system, memories. If that even makes sense to y'all. Memories. Bank them. And so you got enough memories so nothing fools you anymore. And that just takes time. That makes any sense to y'all. It's banking memories so that when you see shit over and over again, it never fools you no more. So you know how to react to it. And so Al Harris knows that this guy is could possibly be thrust into a situation and he's getting them prepared for. But he cannot prepare him for the memories he has to make. So that's what we're dealing with Malik. But what I saw in the onset was really good, man. It was really good. He was really game. Al Harris had that boy ready to play some football. Fast, sticky, physical. You know, I saw it all.
Well, that's exactly what we need. So fingers crossed he'll be ready for those first couple of games, and we'll get him in there, man. See, give the boy a shot.
What up,
Let him
Cliffy?
make his mistakes in the preseason.
Haven't seen Cliffy in a while.
Oh, Cliff. What it do, Cliff?
Yeah, they need to pay that guy, man.
Man, I see a name, I get hungry right away, and I just ate about 10 minutes ago.
That guy's he's about as valuable as Aaron Water is. Yeah. That guy knows what he's doing, man. But yeah, that I saw really good things with Malik. Let's move on to another guy. Let's get into the competition a little bit. What'd you guys see? Before I start running my mouth about what I saw, I counted some things, but I'll let you guys give your take on what you thought about what you saw.
You go ahead, Trip.
Karan Amagaj, he played. The quality of his play is leaving a lot to be desired.
Okay.
I don't know how many more reps will benefit him. He looked like let's say the second best left tackle on the team out of the two that played. Kids?
I should have
started this conversation. I can tell you that right now.
Of course you should have, because you're about to give this kid mad love. So you go ahead. I'll let you get
I will take the mantle here, because what I will say, I'll tell you this. He started off extremely strong. And I counted the reps. I saw every rep, watched everything that happened, good or bad. I watched every bit of it. He started off really, really strong. But the more and more reps he got, I don't know if it was fatigue or just technique was kind of tailing off, whatever it was, but he definitely started to falter towards the end. And, at some point I was going to, because I saw, let me just stick with Karan. I think he started off really strong, but what I saw in his strengths can be worked with, can be worked on, and can be built up. It looked like if I had to give you one thing, just pull a card out of my back pocket and say, okay, give me one thing that made Karan Amagaji tail off at the end of his reps. If I had to guess, it would have been fatigue. Not playing this much football in a long time. That's about the only thing I can think of, because it definitely, all of his fundamentals start to look like it go by the wayside, and that's usually an indicator that somebody's tired. Usually. I don't care what position you play. When you start seeing the techniques just go by the wayside, everything you've been working on just kind of fall apart, that's usually a sign of fatigue. That's what I saw. But, you guys can tell me. I thought it was pretty strong early, but it went bad, man. He was just giving up. The reps, one after the other, man. People were just getting right around him, right under him. It started looking rough.
All right. Let me give you the 360 on this. So shout out to the offense and Ben Johnson for giving the kid an opportunity to start.
Don't give up on this guy. He's got a lot of skill set, man.
I'm not giving up on him, but there's still a fair amount to be proven here. This is a competition, right? So what I saw in watching this young man play was, another person to shout out in this conversation is Ryan Poles. I saw a frame. I saw long arms. The things that I saw from a traits perspective that sort of makes me stop and go, okay, like I kind of see what you're trying to do, Ryan. Um, Now to go right to Nomad's comments. His comments are not invalid by any stretch of the imagination. I'm not going to sit here and say that Kron is terrible. We didn't hear his name, but as Nomad has pointed out, as well as Triple R, there were some situations where he just wasn't caliber and got beat here and there. Um, I simply liken all of this, unfortunately, to time on task or lack thereof. Right? I don't think he's had the snaps to be successful in this competition as yet. I hope they start him again next week. Kid needs he needs snaps and proper evaluation in order to develop. Unfortunately, we're in year 3. We're at a situation and a time where that development has been hampered for a couple of seasons. Really hasn't got what he needed. And that's basically what I know to be the case and what I saw when I watched this particular player this week.
Hey, kids, have you ever heard the difference between football shape and regular shape?
He's more in football shape right now. I'd like to think if that's
he's in a little bit better football shape than a lot of people, but he ain't had this many reps.
This is what I'm saying.
He might get a small pocket full of reps with 1s or 2s in a practice, and even that's limited because you're getting breaks in between. You're getting a go.
He's been hurt. Like just to throw that, like to throw the monkey wrench into the mix. Yeah, he's slated for that type of activity, but I don't think he's really actually had that type of activity up until this season. Really.
Oh yeah, like okay, I'll give you a perfect example. My senior year in high school, I ran. Me and my homeboy, man, we worked out together all the time. We was always doing something, man, just constantly working out. We was getting ready for the season because we knew we was gonna run off with the state championship. And we was getting ready for it all season. And next thing you know, we got training camp. We got to work, start getting ready. I'm old enough in that era where we still had 2-a-days when it got real every day, bro. So know that. And dude, went through all of that, felt good and great. Get to game 1. In the first series, the first 2 series, I was tired and I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so effing tired. And it was like, I didn't understand it. I did not understand it. I was just like, how much more prepared can you be? And I was still tired. And that's the difference between football shape. I'm talking about playing snap in, snap out, and running around away from the field and getting yourself ready for the game. You got to go play them reps to get the win that you need to get. And to me, it looked like Karan Amagaji just ran out of juice somewhere in them later reps, man.
I think it's a little more than that, but that's okay.
What do you think it is?
I just
it ain't talent.
Just time on task.
It ain't talent for sure.
No, and that's why I'm saying, like, what I did see there is traits, right? He has some traits, as well as one would think the mental capacity for the job. Like those are the two things that I like. The mental capacity case scenario, I've never had a conversation with the kid, so I can't really prove it. But he went Ivy League, right? So one would think he's got something underneath the special cap there. But mostly I just saw traits. I saw him using them arms, and that's cool. I saw him shuffling, and then I started to see him taper off. And that's, like I say, it's less to do with football shape, in my opinion. I think it's more to do with time. Again, just flat out experience level at this point. I think he's been hurt most of the time. Right. So now that he's
Well,
finally
but
got the ability to go and play, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and we'll see where he goes.
when Tevin Jenkins was still here and he was looking good, baller, but he couldn't stay on the field. And I was like, damn, if only he could stay on the field. But Amagaji has had that kind of experience of not being able to stay on the field. But when he has gotten a chance to play, he was no Tevin Jenkins. And so
That's a great way to put it, but keep going, bro.
so if it comes down to it's like, oh, we got what, 3 more preseason games. So Jedrick Wills, Karan Amagaji, I believe Braxton Jones is due back in practice this week. And then, as we already discussed, Ozzie is back training, but probably won't be eligible for the left tackle job for like several weeks, if not a month or more. So just with looking at that, it's like, he had his flashes, but just wasn't bright enough to me.
Yeah, I understand where y'all coming from, man.
Yeah.
I'm watching this shit play in and play out, watching what could be going through his head when he sees this alignment, when he sees a 6 technique, when he sees a wide 9. What's he doing? Is there something going on underneath the wide 9 that he's looking at, trying to make sure he's not getting set up for where he's so focused on the wide 9 that's way out to the left of him that he's not paying attention to what's going on underneath there. Little shit like that they have to pay attention to. But I'm telling you, what I came away with was a guy that was tired. Just because.
Well, look at playoff season's comments here. Yeah, he may be on the chopping block, and knowing that might be doing him in. So could it be a mental thing as well as physical, getting tired?
No,
I can't say no, but I don't think so. I just think it's part kids, what kids is talking about, just not being available and being out there and playing real reps in real time versus practice reps and doing drills, one-on-one drills. That's one thing. It's just know that that's one thing. It doesn't equate to when you have to think about the whole entire picture while you're setting up to go one-on-one against somebody. You got to think about the play. You got to think about the snap count. You got to think about what your job is on this play. What could be going on around you? Do you got to go help somebody? Is somebody coming to help you? It's all kinds of stuff that goes on in real time when you're playing in a game versus in practice doing one-on-one stuff or 7-on-7, 11-on-11s. All that shit's good. But until you get out there on the field and playing meaningful games, that's the only real way to sharpen your iron. And he doesn't have enough of that so far. And I'd say probably 50% of what Kez is talking about, 50% of what I'm thinking, and that's fatigue.
No, I think one leads to the other. You know what I mean? I'm not. My point is not that you're wrong. My point is that if you don't have time on task, how are you going to get into actual? How do you even know what football shape is? You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, he's gonna get fatigued. So there's a little, like I say, he's as it should be expected. Like the kid needs development. He still has work to do. I don't think, and I'll say this now. I don't think, and I didn't think to begin with, that he really has much of a shot to win this job. Let's be straight up about that. But that doesn't mean that he can't develop into something, man. Right? So we'll give him his opportunity to get at least to a level set that they're confident that he can be a contributor to this football team and or cut bait, right?
Can I give you guys a quick story and I'll tie it into this Karan Amagaji situation?
Sure.
And it's a story about opportunity knocks into my freshman season. Now, I know I said this before, but I don't know if you guys remember. But I went into my freshman season with with a high ankle sprain. I did that shit like a week before I went into camp, my freshman season. All the hype was around certain guys. I was one of them. And I get into camp, and you know, I'm really not supposed to be out there playing and doing the stuff that I'm doing, but I'm forcing myself to be out there. I'm still hurt. I'm still sore. I still got shit going on. And while you're in a camp, you can always tap that helmet. Tap, tap, let me out. Come on. I'm tired, or this hurting or that hurting. And I remember, not my position coach. No, I take that back. Not the defensive coordinator, but the position coach. They're not. They simulated real game situation. So the defensive coordinator at the top is going to see me tapping my helmet, even if the position coach on the sideline didn't see me. So he's going to see it. He'd be like, get 2 out or whoever. My position coach saw me tap that helmet, and he got the word on the headset that, hey, get him out, replace him. And and I thank him for that to this day. He's like, no, you're gonna have to fight through it. Stay out there. You're not in shape, stay out there. I know you're tired. Stay out there and fight through it. I'm pissed now. Just know that I'm pissed. And I'm just like, hey, they trying to play with me. No, he's trying to get me in shape. And the only way you're gonna get in shape is by fighting through the fatigue. Tying that to the Quran situation. It's a good thing that I ain't gonna tell you that Quran tapped his helmet and won it out, but it would have been a bad look for him if he did. You're a pro now, you know what I mean? You better, if you tap that helmet, man, you better not be coming out because you tired. Everybody tired.
That's where I that's where I kind of have to refute the whole just general mental issue with him sort of being down on where he is today. I don't think that's where you can afford to be at all at this particular stage of your career. You have to be balls to the wall. Have to be. And if he's not, it's an unfortunate reality and it'll come back to bite him in the ass. But he has to be balls to the wall, man. This
Literally
is his
has
life.
no choice.
Yeah, he has, you know what I'm saying? You hear me, man. He has no choice. Has to be balls to the wall, has to prove it this time around. And that's why I wanted to big up the Bears offensive coaching staff, because they said, shit, give the kid the opportunity to be balls to the wall and show us what he's got.
Yep.
So again, big ups to Ben Johnson, big up to Dan Roshar. Big up to those guys for actually giving this kid a shot and the opportunity to develop, because he's gonna damn well need it if they eventually wind up keeping him and needing him throughout this season.
Yeah, it's let's just say it's an uphill battle right now,
Yeah.
I would think.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that, Trips. I think they need to just keep pressing forward with him and see if giving him more and more reps changes anything. Does he get any better, or does he regress? Now, if he starts to regress again, then that's a whole different conversation. But if it's, if you were to plug Karan Amagaji into a computer and ask him, hey, what was the biggest problem here? I was tired of shit. Then or just getting used to playing that many reps. You know that, okay, that's a guy that, okay, don't pull the plug on this, because he'll go somewhere else and you'd be like, God damn, we pulled the plug.
Well, the thing is, there's only so much runway left. And Ben Johnson did say that, he wanted to make a left tackle decision sooner than later.
Well, it
And
ain't
when
gonna
he said that, it was projected to be like this week. But the amount of reps that these kids are getting is very, like Keds was saying, a credit to the coaching staff to give them every opportunity possible. And with these upcoming scrimmages with the Bengals and Titans and those preseason games, Braxton Jones just now coming back and Ozzie still not in that conversation. That's going to leave a lot of left tackle reps out there. And so Amagaji, Jedrick Wills, if Theo's playing, even though he's been mostly at right tackle, but whoever's out there is going to have opportunity to say, make their case for the job or at least for depth on the roster. So the reps are there to be had. It's just who's going to step up and take the job. That seems to be what the coaching staff is waiting on.
Like how many? There's only so many first team reps against first team defense to go around in practice. So just know that. And then when you get out there in preseason, just know that a team overnight can choose, all right, we ain't gonna run none of our ones. We're just gonna put all twos and threes out there. So even with that being said, it's really hard to gauge what a left tackle or any tackle can be without getting meaningful starter NFL reps game in, game out, and you can see their flaws game in and game out. And so it's all you still, even when the coaches make their decision on what they want to do here, it's still not the big picture. You know what I mean?
But those reps though, they are evidence of the player being able to or not being able to take what is learned in the classroom to the field, or hey, you lost this rep because of this, and now you got a few more practices on tape of him with the ones or twos and or threes, and if they're still making those same mistakes, that's not a good look. But if on whatever film that they can put up, that it's like, hey, remember when the coaches talked about this, I had to address it. Now I'm not doing that anymore. That's progress. So I understand that level of competition when we say with the ones, with the twos, with the threes, level of the man next to you, teammate wise, on the first string, on the second string, and such. But it shouldn't, and I don't think it really does matter where they're getting the reps, as long as they're able to execute what Dan Roshar and Ben Johnson want them to do in that position against whoever they're facing.
And you know what, too, Trips? Let me this would slightly agree with you a little bit, because I remember when Ozzie got into the camp, he was getting all these first team reps, and he sucked. As a rookie, he sucked. And they moved him to right tackle. And next thing you know, Ozzie's getting all these right tackle reps, and he's kind of out of that competition. Next thing you know, Braxton emerges again and takes the job. And they got Theo Benedict over there getting the reps. So what they're seeing in practice is I mean, you can sense what they're thinking just by the moves they make in practice, who's getting reps, who's getting these reps or not, and that kind of thing. But you can also, just because you're tired of seeing a player, okay, why does he keep running into this problem? Why he keep running into that problem? You get frustrated as a coach and start moving pieces around and just not giving it the ample amount of time. But here came Ozzie later on in the season, I guess in practices that we didn't see, start to come on a little bit, and they're just like, he looks like a guy that's ready to, we need to put him out there on the showtime, right? And he excels until he didn't. And so all the stuff that they were worried about in the first place started to reappear. You get what I'm saying? It's like, it's a work in progress. And if you give up on a guy too early because, okay, like I said before, we just talked about this last time we were here. In my opinion, you hold on to all these guys and just let them keep working. Just let them keep working. It might be a situation where you got to keep 5 tackles. But I think it's worth it, because I think what I saw was enough, even with Karan Amagaji, that tells me that just keep getting them, just keep working them, and just keep giving them meaningful reps. And I think this will keep getting better. That's just my opinion. I didn't want to come out here and tell you that Karan Amagaji, he is. No, I don't want to tell you that. That's not what I saw. I saw a guy that's capable, able, and can do it. He just needs time, like Kid said, on task, do it more. The more you do it, the better you are at it.
He
Period.
didn't have many mental mistakes either. But like I say, even that which he did, you got to give the kid an opportunity to learn, and I think that's kind of where we are. Does he have some traits? Yeah, I can see why he's here. So we'll give him another couple more weeks and really get a good evaluation of the player. My unfortunate reality here is just it may just wind up being that alone.
Hey, kids, you know what our O-line coach, I heard him say this out of his mouth. He says the more chin hair he grows, the more he knows.
Well, at least he's talking about his chin and not his balls, so that's a good start.
I think he's not that far from, even though that was just a rank ass saying. I think he's not off there. He's just talking about experience.
Yeah, but that's really where we are, man. It's unfortunate that it's sort of taken him this long to get the opportunity to be in a starting position and see some experience and learn on the job, as they say. But here we are. We'll see what that can do for Karan Abagaji.
All right. We'll move out of the Quran conversation properly into the next one that we should. And I'm going to start this conversation because I'm seeing interesting comments in the chat. And I'm going to tell you what I saw playing and play out. I saw one play where he just gave up the GOAT. And I don't know why. This is what I saw. When I see him give up the sack on Tyson somewhere in the second, third quarter, whenever it was. When I saw that, what it said to me, just based on what I could see, it looked like he overset to the inside. Just because he tried to predict something and just overset to the inside, and the guy got right around him. I think it was 90, 99. One of them, I don't know who that guy was, got right around him. To me, that was the only play that I saw was just like, oh, that's just effed up. That's effed up. He almost got into old Jedrick Wills where he was able to, even if he set wrong on the inside, he had the confidence of his foot speed to get back outside to get to that guy and at least wash him out. You don't have to pancake him, but you can wash him out of the play where the quarterback can step up and make a throw with the ball. He just got right around Jedrick Wills, and it told me just by his set that he went inside with his right foot too tight, and the guy got around him, and he didn't have the foot speed to get back and catch him. What I saw was mostly really good under the circumstances. There was one other one that I saw on a bull rush that he just got off balance a little bit. There's actually two of them. I saw that he got off balance on his own, just off of that guy's power, which tells me that, okay, he's still a little bit unsure on that knee. Number one. The second one, he just definitely tripped up on somebody's leg and got pushed over. But other than that, I thought he was A1. And this is coming from somebody that watched every single rep in detail. I thought he was a better tackle. From the first snap to the last snap he took, you can see where Karan tailed off with his technique. None of that was a problem here with Jedrick. He just got beat a time or two. Karan just broke down kind of a little bit. And in my opinion, this is the guy that won that scrimmage. They just got to get him back and start, cleaning up a few things. But Jedrick looked really good for the most part. Outside of the sack he gave up on Tyson, which everybody will remember and lean on, his reps were really good. So if you want to really see what I'm talking about, just go, even if you watch a replay of the game on your TV, if you recorded it, just watch that and just watch his reps that way. You don't have to watch all 22. You just watch his reps because they show a good view of what it looked like for him. And I'm telling you, he only lost hardcore one time. The other times, even when he was getting bulled over that time and nobody was tripping him, he still was able to get up and get protection. So he won that. Jedrick Wills, they need to give him more reps. Don't be surprised if he's the starter in the next game.
Wow. I mean, that's. Oh, I'm sorry, kids. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that the homie BT9 gave us a little bit of love, man, and we should probably celebrate that.
Well, hey Cornelius, it ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm just watching them rep by rep. That's all. I understand how y'all saw the game. I'm just giving everybody an idea on if you have the game recorded, just go back to the game, turn the game back on, and just go focus on each one of their reps. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Are you giving BT9 some love here or what?
What did he say?
He threw us a little super chat, bro.
Oh, I didn't see it. Where'd it go?
Tried to line you up and you went right back to not being lined up.
I didn't see it, man. Pull it up.
It's up there.
Let me show him some love. I did not see it. I'm sorry, BT9. Hold on. Keep it up there.
Yeah.
I missed it, dog. My fault. Shout out to BT9 with the $4.99 super chat, man. We love you back, bro. He says, good work, fellas. Much appreciated. And you guys have grown very well with each other. Right. You are. That is correct. That is correct. We definitely have grown together, man. You know, it wasn't always easy. We have definitely grown together, man. And I love doing shows with these guys, man. It's just a brotherhood, man. You know what I mean? It's just sometimes that's what you have to do, you know, in order to get good at what you do is just go through some shit. You know, just like the Bears we're talking about right now. In order to get to where you want to go do some shit together. We've been through some shit together. For sure.
Very true. Back to Jedrick a little bit. I know folks are a little bit down on Jedrick. I think there's really two things to take into consideration here. The first one has a lot to do with what Nomad was trying to describe here, and that's just Jedrick's trying to get back and like he's trying to regain composure and get used to, you know, this new normal where his legs aren't the way he's used to them being. So that's a big chunk of all this, and I think it's going to take a couple more weeks of play before not just Jedrick, but the team has a better assessment as to what is, you know, is that new normal good enough to start at left tackle, or are we talking about something else, right? The other piece to all this with Jedrick is with respect to his understanding of this particular offense. So that's where Karan shines, right? Karan is going to shine just because he's had the opportunity to be in this offense for X amount of time. And he should, at the very least, have an understanding of what he's responsible for. If he didn't and doesn't, he's in trouble, right? That's actually his advantage in this left tackle race, period, is just that he's been able to study it and should have a head full of understanding. Jedrick's just now gaining that and also acclimating to who's going to be beside him and how that's going to work out. So there's a couple of areas where Mr. Wills is going to have to step up and gain an understanding and show his development. The most important one is probably, again, with respect to the play sheet, but the other one is, you know, is he physically able to do this? Can he compensate for some of the physical changes that his body has taken over the course of the last couple of years? So I think there's definitely some additional evaluation to be had. But I'm not quite as down on Jedrick Wills as a lot of folks were.
Well, I just want to be clear because I think Cornelius Squalls, and I'm just talking directly to you. I can understand why you think that. But when I started the show off, because you came a little bit late, I started the show off letting people know that when I was watching the game live, all I was watching was the trenches because I'm looking at that battle at left tackle. I'm looking at our depth at D line. I just wanted to see what that looked like. And all the other guys, I was gonna catch up with that when I started looking at the replay. I saw some of it, but I was focused, like laser focused on the trenches. Actually, while I was watching the game live, I was rewinding it, going back to his reps, Jedrick Wills, going back to Karan's rep. I'm rewinding them just to see. And then I watched them again like 3 other times just to see. Just to see. And I'm telling you, for a guy that doesn't know as much as Karan knows, you gotta give this guy credit for the way that looked. You gotta give him some credit. Kez just mentioned it. Him having Karan having the leg up, Braxton having a leg up because they've been here and they know what to expect. This guy is crunching information and still making sure he's not the problem when they get out there in preseason jumping and all that kind of stuff. This guy performed, and I think this is just the beginning for him. Just putting it out there for you. It's not. I know I'd spent a lot of time, talking about what I thought about Jedrick Wills this offseason since we got him, and I'm big. I'm up on him. Now that had nothing to do with the statement I just made. I just thought that Jedrick overall had the better performance.
Well, yeah, I would agree with that because I just gave my assessment of Karan Amagaji. Obviously that wasn't the most stellar, but looking between the two left tackles, I think Jedrick has the advantage right now because the mistakes he made look like shaking off the rust mistakes. Mentally he knew where to be. It's just getting there and getting his body to do what it needed to do. And I think he's working himself back into that shape, which takes time because as we were talking about with Karan Amagaji having those reps and being out due to injury, Jedrick has been out for a year and a half or something.
Almost
And
2 years.
coming back and, one-on-ones is one thing, scrimmages are another thing. But now even though it's preseason, but an actual game is different, a different level of physicality, of mental awareness. And Jedrick, looks like he's just rusty. And that if he shakes that off, he's definitely, from what we've seen thus far, small sample size, but he's the best left tackle on the team right now. Ahead of Amagaji. We still have yet to see Braxton Jones, and Ozzie down the road. But in the battle of two right now, Jedrick is number one.
Hey, Trips, just to double down on what you just said, I just wanted to say I pay close attention to what Coach Wanstead says, not because I think he's just super duper great. I think he's I thought he was a solid coach. He's old school, but really good coach. I can tell he is because he pays attention to the right things. Whenever he's on the score, I'm listening, and he actually sounds like me when I'm talking. Whenever I watch him talk, he sounds almost exactly like me. And when he went out to the camp, he's talking about how well they ingratiated and they treated him well. But when he went out there to look at the left tackle battle. Is basically what he said he went out there for. And he said right away, right when the conversation first started, he said I could tell right away it was no competition who the best tackle was out there. And that's when Braxton was healthy. That's what he said. So I'm gonna add that to what I just told you guys before. When the Coach Wanstead says that, listen, he was up there with eyes on him. He was there. So it's not just me. Just putting it out. He knows that, and he mentioned that, okay, those guys had a leg up because they've been here in the system. They know what to do, and this guy's fighting an uphill battle. I'm just not waxing poetic because I like Jedrick Wills. I just know his pedigree, and I know once he gets it, what they're trying to do, he's going to be better than all of them if he's healthy.
Mm-hmm. That's the hopes, man. And that's part of the reason why I wasn't quite as down on this player.
He's the
I
reason
was-
why I think Ozzy is coming, trying to hurry up and get the fuck back on the field.
Well,
I'm telling you,
I don't know if he's the reason, but
he is.
don't any whatever reason it is, Ozzy. Please, we miss you. We love you. You know what I mean? Like
I don't think it's just Jedrick. I think Ozzy just got that dog in him. He wants to be back.
Mm-hmm. But there's also the fact that they went and paid Braxton Jones. I would probably look at that as being a major issue first.
You gotta pay your backup. I mean, like Braxton, we could have done a whole lot worse than Braxton Jones for $10 million.
No,
but that's the thing. When you suggest that they keep 5 tackles, whereas a couple of them are still in their rookie deals. Jedrick and Braxton, cost real money. And if you want to bring in other positions,
well, so does Karan. Like he doesn't today.
Well, he's still on his rookie deal, so
this is what I'm saying. Like
yeah.
he doesn't.
We just got through looking at pretty much the entire free agent class of tackles and how much they would pay, and we ended up paying Braxton Jones heading into free agency $10 million. I think that was a solid signing.
It's not, again, it's there's nothing wrong with it, especially if you really are confident in Braxton as your swing or just dedicated backup left tackle. There's nothing wrong with that. With the slight exception of maybe you just have your guy and you draft a backup that you can develop later in the draft. It's not what happened. Our guy got hurt, had to fix something, had to at least put the Band-Aid on. In this case, the Band-Aid was Braxton Jones.
So what is Braxton? A 2-year starter?
Sure.
Okay, so
or a 2-year backup, either at 10 mil, that's still fine.
Yeah, you just put a dollar value on that, and that's collateral now.
Yeah, that's fine, right? Like he's in my real talk. He's not really somebody that worries me from a cap or dollars or cents or accounting perspective at all. It's fine. Once Ozzy went down, you kind of had to make a move. There's bigger names out there that you could have spent big money on, but at least this guy should be able to play football. And like, I'm a knock on wood because we all know he's hurt right now, and we'll see how that transpires and moves forward, because again, he is coming off an injury as it stands. So I'm not too fussed with them making that move, because again, I believe he's just gonna serve as a quality backup for quite some time. Question is, do you keep a Karan because he's going into his pay case scenario? If he ain't got there yet and he can't prove it, what do you do?
I understand.
Yeah.
But this competition is ongoing. I, in my mind, saw what I saw, and I just gave you my assessment of what I saw. Hey, respectfully to everybody that saw what they saw, they think differently. I don't feel no way about what you say. I appreciate your comment. Keep it coming. Just telling you what I saw.
Yeah.
But that's the left tackle competition. Let's move into another position. It's a little bit different. I'm just going to be interested to see what people say about this. What y'all see here?
You're asking the realest question. What did we see here? We saw a guy we saw a guy play some good football, man. I'll just put it that way. He played well for a guy who's looking to secure that RB3 position.
Did you see the long run, kids?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
What did you see? Did you see anything at the line of scrimmage that just in case you didn't, I'll just tell you.
Okay.
So they busted out some power.
Yeah.
That is obtuse to what we normally run. Our bread and butter is wide zone, stretch plays, things like that. They busted out something that I heard them talking about. They trying to install more of during this camp. Now we're talking about Roschon Johnson and how well that looked. I found it interesting that when they decided to go power, they had Roschon Johnson in the game. I saw power maybe one more time, and I watched every running back rep, but I noticed it one more time, and that was when Coleman Bennett was in the game late in the game. But the other stuff was stretch plays and stretch play action and all that kind of stuff. When they put the power installs, Roshan was in there. Coleman Bennett was in there. And one of the plays that Kez is about to explain to you guys about, that's the one that leaked out into a touchdown. Great blocking going on there. You got to watch that play a little bit more in detail when you see the guard pulling and cracking on the edge, and it's a lot going on in that play, and you'll see the difference between stretch running and power football. And I just found it interesting that they had Roshan in there when they threw that play out there. So just something to pay attention to.
I'm not surprised again that they went power and tested out power. I'm also not surprised that he played well within that run game style, if you will. It does suit this particular player. I don't know how much power they really plan to use. I don't know. I don't know if I don't think this touchdown or not, man. I don't think this player is long for this team.
It's time for him to boo boo or be gone.
Yeah.
I clean that up. So I mean, sure, he, as mentioned, he's getting the opportunities. It's not like how come he's not getting any carries? Nah, he's in there. We know he can play special teams, but as far as his contributions to the running back room, all right, he had a okay game, but Salvon Ahmed, had a nice game. The UDFA Coleman Bennett had a decent game, and so it's not like there is no competition. We're pretty much writing in Swift and Monangai as long as they're both healthy. Knock on wood. And then running back 3. And if you're keeping 5 tackles, you damn sure ain't keeping 4 running backs. So are they keeping 4 running backs? So you got Ahmed, you got Bennett, you got Brown is still here. What can he do for you? So you got Ahmed, who is got that history with running back Coach Stootsville. So it's a stiff competition. And according to the Browns game, Roshan was okay, but other running backs were better, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't, like I said, I don't think he's long for the team for kind of for a specific reason. And yeah, money is involved, but I think that Salvon Ahmed.
Well, let's focus on Roshan right now. We're gonna get to him.
Well, it's a running back conversation, man. It's a running back conversation.
Well, if you want to talk about him, let me pull him up.
Say again.
If you want to talk about him, let me pull him up.
All right, let's go. So the reason why I tried not to bring this name up when we were talking about Roshan initially, but at some point you just got to do it. This player is more interchangeable with what you get from a DeAndre Swift and a Kyle Monangai. That's where things get real, right? Like if one of those 2 backs is hurt, you can layer in Salvon Ahmed and get similar output. Not necessarily the same, but similar. You can do similar things. Whereas with Roschon Johnson, that's right off the table. And this is part and parcel as to why I don't think that particular player is going to be around that much longer. If they want to do power, they can still do power at low dollars with no concussion history with Coleman Bennett.
Well, let me tell you something. Since we're talking about Salvon Ahmed now, and the competition between him, Roschon Johnson, and a couple of other guys out there, here's where the rubber meets the road. Kids is right. How does he play as far as output goes? How much can you get from this guy as far as big plays. What can he production wise? What can you get from these guys? Easy answers to each one of them. Easy peasy. But the one thing, canary in the coal mine for all of them, which is what kept Roschon here. Two things kept Roschon here. Stout pass protector. Stout on special teams. Can Salvon Ahmed step up in pass pro and be the stalwart that Roschon Johnson has been when given those opportunities? That's the question, because we're on a team that emphasizes pass pro and a coach that emphasizes pass pro. Just know that. Before everybody starts jumping to the conclusion, he's great with the ball in his hands. I told y'all that. I just preached about him for 2 or 3 weeks straight. And I told y'all this dude is explosive as all F. Wait till you see it. And you saw it. But at the end of the day, when they put him in pass pro situations, when it's third down, when you got to have it, how sturdy can he stand up? That's the question remaining here. He'll end up with the job if he can stand up in pass pro, no doubt. No doubt about it. If he stands up in pass pro and can actually make himself useful in special teams, oh, yeah, he's running away with it. But those two thresholds have to be crossed. I'm telling you now. Or you're going to be like, oh, my God, they got rid of Salvon Ahmed. No. There's a reason for all of that. You got to be on this team. Ben Johnson ain't going to have you on this team if you can't stand up and pass, bro.
It's funny because that's like the only, like, so one thing that Roschon Johnson does well. Like, if I was really, it's funny. Corny was saying, sorry, not Corny, Cliffy in the chat, Cliff Victoria was saying, like, Roschon Johnson doesn't really do anything well. To refute that, there is one thing he does well.
Two things.
What's the other thing?
Pass pro, and he's good on special teams.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, like, I can't, man.
It's valuable, more valuable.
I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this again. You know what I mean? I don't want to do this. And I'm not saying there's no value in special teams. I'm just saying that I don't want to judge the value of the third running back on this team specifically by his special teams value.
Unfortunately, you have to, kid. You have to factor that in because it's important.
You can get, well, hold on. You can get
special
special
teams spot on this team as a third running back or fourth running back on the roster, and you can't have extra value as a special teamer. They won't keep you. There's no, I like this guy in the NFL. I think he's really explosive. He's a really good football player. But all you can do is run the football, catch the football. You got to do other shit.
Fair. But you can also get your special teams value from other players in other positions. It doesn't have to be at the running back position, right? We've already spent X amount of years with Travis Homer here, and not to knock Travis Homer's special teams value, he was super valuable as a special teamer, one of the better special teamers in the entire league. But once Kamanungai and DeAndre Swift go down, like they did together at the same time virtually last year, he's an afterthought. They didn't even think, we need to go and get other running backs in that are available in free agency because we can't even trust this guy to run the rock. That can't really be a viable case scenario for the Bears moving forward, at least not in my opinion.
Kids, who's been the biggest Salvon Ahmed cheerleader since he got here?
No, I hear you.
If I'm telling you, if I'm his biggest cheerleader in the Chicago Bears fan base, and I'm giving you other parts to the nuance, please believe me, bro. Please believe me, y'all. If he's going to get put to the test, he's going to get put out there in preseason with ones. And he's going to get maybe twos, but more than likely he's going to, at the end of it, he's going to get out there with ones. He's going to get put in a particular situation where he has to stamp a screaming right down the pipe linebacker or somebody, a slot corner, somebody that's coming flying right out. And if he don't stamp him, it's going to be the difference between whether they keep him or not.
Well, I can't imagine that running back coach Stootsville is not going to have, players that don't protect the quarterback. Now I know that's a very strange thing to say since he's coming from Miami, what they got Tua and all.
And
But
you can't. Please don't blame the running back for Tua's.
yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? It was not Salvon Ahmed's fault.
Right. That was the offensive line. But, it's still to be determined if Ahmed is capable, of blocking and protecting the quarterback against, number ones if he's in there. And I'm sure as camp and goes along, he's in preseason, he's going to get more reps, to prove that. And Roshan is good at that, but his skill set is just kind of like meh going into year 3 or year 4 for him now?
He's right in a contract. Like he's about to get a contract. Not this season, but he's in the same year.
So I mean, it's time for him to show that development. That he can be more than a special teamer.
Injuries
That he can actually run the rock and do all the things necessary. So I mean, this is another a room, the running back room, where the competition, for the depth is very tight and competitive.
I just say this ahead of time. This will be far and away, as far as assessments go. And when you're breaking down your roster and trimming this thing down to 53, it's probably going to be the most difficult one they've had to do so far. And when I say difficult, this is what you want. Like, we've been through some seasons, a couple of them, when you can pretty much see exactly what the cuts was going to be.
Right. It's like, man, waiting for other teams to cut people.
Yeah, it's like we're up scraps and shit. I mean, we're in a position where we're just like, damn, we got to cut some good players. You know what I mean? And that's where you want to be. And I'm telling you, I said from the very beginning, I don't know who just said it, that he had the inside track to get a spot on this team. He just had to come in here and show it. And right away, he's giving those.
He did, man. He showed it.
Yeah, he's. I think they'll keep him on this roster, but I think there's a threshold that he has to cross.
It's just something very impressive when you see the home run speed, and it's like, well, why is Ahmed running and the defenders are like jogging? And it's like, nah, bro, those fools is trying to catch him. They're running too. But his angles, his feet, his vision, and then the speed on top of it, that's something that Roshan does not possess.
Let's not forget. Like, this is the first time we're seeing Salvon Ahmed in a Bears uniform, and it's a thing, right? We've been saw Roshan Johnson over the past couple of years, and there's no question as to whether he got his number called, got snaps, had the opportunity, because he has. Ain't nothing happened. And I just want to remind y'all, the only thing that went down was a whole lot of concussions, right?
Hey,
so
let me point something else out to you guys that I bet you guys didn't notice. Now, you get a running back that just now got to the team. He's still pretty new to the camp, right? Pretty new to the training camp, right? But they got him here. He's been here at least a week and a half, something like that, maybe 2. I'm not sure. But see how fast they got him out of the game after that big play? Whereas when you're in the preseason, you're trying to give those guys all the reps you can give them because they're auditioning. For a guy that might be on the belly end of the roster, they got his ass out the game pretty quick, didn't they? He ain't play no more after that.
Yeah, but he's been signed, right? So when you sign a guy for like,
a lot of guys that got signed, kids, is gonna get cut.
No, this is what I'm about to exactly where I'm going, right? So when you sign a guy for $1.5 million or in and around that, cutting him's easy, It's not a huge loss. You can cut him, but you also have to project the potential signing of other players who may or may not be caliber. And if you have a guy on the roster who is caliber, you don't want him to go out there and get hurt. Take him off. Give him a couple of runs. See how he does. Oh, snap. He did great. That's what we wanted to see. You sit this guy down.
All right. It's like, oh, wait, you did what? How far? All right. Yeah, that was good. All right, go sit down and get yourself some Gatorade.
Yeah, we need to evaluate the other guy who we might actually have to pay this coming season. Let's see what he is, because we've seen him and he ain't really done. Oh, snap. He did something today. So this is where we, you know what I'm saying? So this is why we're having the conversation that we're having. This is how we got here. He actually did something today. It's been a while coming. I just unfortunately don't have, it's super funny that we went back to pass pro. My boy ran the ball for a TD, and it was a pretty decent TD with a lot of a decent amount of yardage. But we wound up going back to pass pro and special teams to prove what his value is on this football team. And I think that speaks volumes.
It is, hey man, look, if they're gonna justify keeping you on, we're talking about keeping them on the 53. We're not just talking about practice squad. Let's be clear. We're talking about Salvin Ahmed on the 53, game in and game out. Not talking about practice squad. We can pull him up whenever no, dog. Somebody gonna get him.
He's not gonna sit on a practice squad at all.
No.
You know, whereas Bennett maybe could get away on a practice squad.
Yes, he can.
Yeah. You already thinking ahead of time, Trish. You fucking genius. That's exactly what they probably think.
This is what I'm trying to tell y'all. Unfortunately, Roschon doesn't make this team. Salvin Ahmed makes the team. Coleman Bennett winds up in the PS. They need to pull him up. They need a power week. They can pull him up, put him right back down.
Because we
blows up during power week, then maybe you got to sign his ass. But
because now with the not the preseason game, but the scrimmages, you know, with the Titans and with the Bungles, it's gonna provide a lot of reps on film. And so it's going to be a lot of, pass pro in there, I'm sure. And they're going to want to see, all right, Ahmed, what do you got? All right, Rojo, what you got? All right, Bennett, what you got? And from what we've seen from this coaching staff at every position, they are giving a fair shot to every player, to prove their worth. And I don't think that that's going to be any different in the running back room. And whereas, Rojo has the tenure with the team, that don't mean a whole hill of beans if you're not being productive in the way that they need you.
And trust me, they're going to give Coleman Bennett a whole lot more reps moving forward. And, he's going to get to show his worth. And, this conversation could flip around if he has a good game. You know what I mean? Has a really good, when he gets his touches and he busts one or two out, the kind of offensive line we have. I just want to see him out there with higher, let's just say higher level offensive linemen, just to see how he performs and given those opportunities. He could be doing some stuff in practices that we ain't hearing about, and with ones. That's why it's important. And no matter where a guy is on the roster, as far as depth chart goes, making sure that they see meaningful reps against, they call it in football practice, good against good.
Yeah.
Put him in there with the good and see how that forms out.
Yeah, because you can't have, some running backs running behind a Tooney when you got others running behind a number 60 Heigl. That day, not in the same league at all whatsoever. So you got to give them opportunities to run with both.
Yeah. Yep. You're talking about two different leagues, bro. But I just, of course, I'm happy with what I saw, but it's exactly what I told y'all, man. This motherfucker's explosive, slippery, and can pop. He can get out wide and run away from everybody.
And now if it comes down to it, I know that they want to be fair and that it's not ultimately his decision. But, if you got Coach Stootsville said, "Hey, I know what Ahmed can do. He's shown what he can do. I'm not as familiar with Roshan Johnson, but I've seen what he can do. I like Ahmed better." And I would think, Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles are going to listen to that recommendation if it comes.
Hey, look, man. I, I gave you guys my statement a week or two ago about Studesville, I think is his real name, and the fact that I think getting the job from Ben Johnson, how do we know that this wasn't in the conversation?
Yeah.
If I was the coach and I'm looking at Studesville's his track record, and I'm looking at the talent that he's been working with, who's he been, working with? Okay, I like him as a coach, but who's the guys he's been having his hands on? Okay, what about this guy Ahmed? How good is your connection with him? You think we can bring him in here? And what do you think about him? Oh, I think the world. This guy's going to be, if given the opportunity, I think he's just. And those are the kind of conversations that we're not privy to, Trips. And you get a guy on the team, and then he shows you, and they snatch him out of the game. It's just like, oh, he was right. He was right.
He's good. Have a seat.
So yeah, man, but he's gonna get put to the test even more. He's gonna get put in that pass pro situation, doing a couple of special team situations to see if he can thrive there. But he's gonna have to hop a couple of hurdles, man. And I'm just telling y'all, that's just the way the game is in the NFL. Can't just be a one-trick pony. All right, let's talk about the other guy, the younger guy. Give me a second. Let me find him. Which I thought, he got one play out there. Give me a second. That everybody remembers. Coleman Bennett, rookie running back. What'd you think? I saw a couple of other good runs where he stayed disciplined to the running lane and he picked up some powerful, nice little yardage. But I don't think he had enough reps whatsoever. I think they have to not only give him more reps, but give him some more meaningful reps to really get an estimate of what they think he can be, but also don't give him such good reps that as soon as you put him on the practice squad, I Pac-Man his ass up. So you got that you got to play with too.
Muted, kids.
Sorry, I was gonna let you roll with that one, man. What do you think, Trip?
I definitely think he will get more reps as the preseason and camp rolls along, especially now with Monangai, down for however long. That's more running back reps for the rest of the room. So Bennett will get his fair shake, and from what I saw this past week, good vision, good patience. Seems to know what he's doing. He's got quick feet. He got to the corner on his little touchdown run. It's like, all right, so you got the speed to get there to race you to the edge, and he looks like he's pretty good. Now we didn't see him in pass pro a lot, but I do remember some of his college tape. He was pretty stout in pass protection. So still as yet to be seen here, but he looks like he is talented, at the running back position. So the competition is there for Roshan. Bennett, I believe, has like excellent ball retention as well. He catches a ball out of the backfield. I already mentioned he's able to pass block. I don't know about his special teams of ability at all. I'm sure that will be explored, as they explore what he can do physically on the field.
Just got to see more.
Yeah.
That's
all.
Exactly it. More.
More.
You giving him
he's like, it's not going to take a lot for this guy to sort of usurp where Roshan Johnson is today. So we just need to see him do it. If he can add that special teams value and or pass pro, let's go. That's it.
Not a whole lot to talk about here. Just he just needs more opportunity. Coleman Bennett, they grabbed him for a reason, and Trips kind of, his running the ball, he was, let's just say, above average, and that's pretty good. But other things is, I think, what attracted a coach like Ben Johnson to him, and Trips pointed it out. That pass pro, he'll stamp your ass. But at the level he played at, you always challenge the mindset of, okay, he did that at this level. Let's see what happens when he's got qualified, the dogs of all dogs screaming down at him right down the pipe. Will he do that again and again and again when he has to? So, they probably seen some of that in practice already. But giving him those opportunities on the field in those situations, we'll see. Because I guarantee you, I keep saying it, you better pass protect in this guy's offense or you won't be around long. That's just all it is to it. You better pass protect. So
I like this kid's skill set as it is from what I've seen so far. But you nailed it, no man. It's can he do it at this level? It's a whole new deal, whole new world for him. Right now, it's just time on task. Let's see what he can. Well, Monongai's probably going to be sat down a little bit over the course of the next couple of weeks, so it's really going to allow us to see what these remaining backs actually have in the tank, man. What are they bringing to the table? So I think we're in a, hate to say it, we're in a good spot to really evaluate these guys. Unfortunately, it's at the chagrin of or due to the loss of Kyle, if only temporarily.
And what is this? Paul Martin is saying Bennett returned kickoffs in college.
Yeah.
yeah,
Only about a 20 yard average, which ain't horrible. But how now that's returning. Can he be a gunner as well? Because that's Roshan's thing on special teams.
what's funny is I remember having a small conversation with our special teams coordinator in college, and he was just like, he's always up in the air about whether or not he feels better about to give you a long story in the short form. He feels better about running backs returning kicks because of their ball security and how much speed is gained with the kick return. Because at the time the old rule stood up, everybody screaming at you, and running backs have an extra amount of ball security is because they have to, because they carry the ball so much, and how strong they run the football. And you're more confident in that guy getting hit and keeping the ball than you are, say, a quick, flighty receiver that has all the athleticism in the world and can make a big play. You feel better about that. And I understood that part of the special teams kick return in a different way after he said that, and why he chose certain guys to, return punts. Then you got the receivers in the game that's a little more elusive when they get the ball in their hand, can make that first guy or two miss. So I started to understand the game that way. And I understand why you see more running backs back there than you see receivers and kick return, if it makes more sense to y'all.
It does, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah. And then Corny's also saying that in addition, Ben Johnson wants explosive plays. And in college, Bennett's tape was full of explosive plays.
Really? Like he was.
It was.
He was a super solid north-south runner, man. And I say north-south, like he's not the same north-south. His north-south ain't the same as Roshan Johnson's north-south. He's actually somewhat elusive, but still, again, going north-south without having to really go east-west to get there. He's a little bit elusive, man. He's got a nice little jump cut. You guys are going to see a lot more from this particular player. My simple and I don't know what it is, man. I'm all about trucking a guy, running a guy over, and keeping it moving, but that just hasn't been working.
Productive for Roshan.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It hasn't been successful at it.
It's not a successful move, Roshan, for you at this point in your career or to the earlier portion of your career. You need to add on other stuff to get to where you need to get to. Running a
Make a
man
mess.
over in college is one thing. Running a man over in the NFL is a whole other situation, and you're coming out of it worse for wear. So
Really?
that's not what this guy needs to do. Like, and don't get me wrong now. There's footage of Coleman Bennett trucking mother f's down too. Like, don't get me wrong. I've watched him do it, but he'll do it the other ways too, and that's where I've to me that's a huge differentiator. So now it's a question of putting him in pass pro case scenarios. Can he do it? Put him in special teams case scenarios. Is he a gunner? Well, what we found out is maybe he's not a gunner, but maybe he's a return man. Right? So
Well,
there's other ways of angling this out.
Bro, NFL, and I got, and even though I didn't finish it all and get to the NFL and do my shit because of shit that happened with me, I always knew, and I heard this when I was in college. You're the best of the best, coming out of high school. You're the best of the best in college. You're playing against the best that came out of every high school in the country or even around the world. And when you get to the NFL, it turns into what he described to me then what we know now as the Hunger Games. Like, everybody's a bad motherfucker. Everybody's a bad man. Can you be the baddest of the bad motherfuckers? And so no matter how, and I say that knowing that this guy is a performer and put out some elite tape. I mean, that shit looked good. And whether he was running the ball or doing it on special teams, it looked really good. But now can you translate that to this next level where the best of the best are? That's what I mean by Hunger Games. It's just what it turns into.
Well, and Corny's comment here, along of what Keds was saying, that's why Rojo keeps getting concussed, or possibly one of the reasons, because he wants to truck everybody. And it's like, well, make
He's
a
able
man
to do that in college, man. He can't do that anymore.
Right.
Not at this level.
Nope. He's right. Absolutely right. You got to adjust your game and figure out a way where you can achieve on a high end on this level to keep a job. Number one, it becomes a job, job. You want to keep an income, you better figure out some shit.
And I like Paul's comments here. If Bennett's ceiling is former Bear Adrian Peterson, I think that's okay.
Who said
Adrian
that?
Peterson was a hard-working little fella. He would block, he would run hard, and he would catch.
Hey man, dude, it's one of those things where I'm at an age now where I can look back on my days playing football and know that I was a ridiculously I didn't understand everything that I know now, and I was uninformed. This is a violent game, and this violence can have a repercussion that we don't even realize now when you're playing it because you got so much vigor for it. But this is a choice right here. Now you got to make a choice. Do I want to physically put my body through this? And he's about to get to a stage where you got to run through people now. You might be on special teams making a team just to get an opportunity to get your hands on the ball. You got to go through that. And, that's a beating, bro. I don't know how many people on this podcast play special teams.
Well, most of the people listening to this podcast play special teams back when they were still the Wedge and the Wedge Busters.
Man,
dog.
My son loves special teams. I've been trying to get him the fuck away from that shit. I'm just saying.
Your son probably likes hand tools and shit.
Well, it's funny because when we watch highlights, when we watch his highlights, there's some special teams plays where he just blows fools up, like bodies flying, and it's hilarious. And he loves it. But I'm like, dog, if you want to play long term? You want to play football for a
Dog,
long
that's
time?
like imagine trying to tell a testosterone filled kid,
I didn't say listen
slow
to me.
down, man. Don't hit him so
I
hard.
didn't say listen to me now. I'm just trying to give daddy advice because
What the hell?
at some point it might come back. It might come back to hurt you. You know what I mean? It might come back to haunt you. You might mess yourself up on specials. Not to mention, like me saying that this kid was playing Iron Man all game long. Like he's on the field at all phases. Like, bro, like get some oxygen. You know what I mean? You gotta take a breath at some point, man. You can't be on the field all game long. That's just wild. But
Dog, like you can't. There's
he
no
didn't listen to
point
me
in your
for a second.
there's no point in your life where at any point where you can't look back at that age frame and say, like, damn, like I was a different human being back then. You know what I mean? Even as you become a thinker later on in your life and more calculated with what you do and decisions you make, you can look back at that easily and say, like if you were me, you look back, oh God, I probably wouldn't have did that. You know, it's just easily you can pick shots at them, you can pick that shit apart, man. But when you're that age, it's easy to go out there and be just the opposite. I'm just gonna play with my vigor. You know,
I'm
I
trying to tell
try.
you. Calm that down and save it up. Save that vigor for like putting a quarterback into the dirt. That's when you need the vigor. Like that's when you need. He's playing it all over the field, man, during them days. But it is what it is, man.
One day when he got little styles, he'll see it.
Oh, for sure. He'll be saying he'll come hollering at me, going, "Dad, I've been trying to get this guy not to play special teams because like he's a quarterback." You know what I mean? Like it'll be a very similar conversation.
This little motherfucker running through fences and shit.
Mm-hmm. Just calm down, relax.
Trying to get his ass to chill out, man. He won't chill out.
No.
Okay. I remember that.
No.
That's how it goes, though. But that's what it is. NFL football is Coleman Bennett trying to find a way to get a place on the roster. And I'm not going to judge him at all right now. I just want to see him get some touches and see what happens. That's all I want. Put the ball in his hand, set it up right, get him some good against good, and let's judge him after that. Let's go there.
Right on.
All right, let's get to
there's opportunity there, Coleman.
Yep, it is. Let's get to another guy that quickly was in and out really quick. Did you guys see Kentavious Street?
Yo, I didn't notice Kentavious. Real talk.
You missed it. He only got a handful of reps, but it was good. It was good.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
What did you take away?
He's exactly what I told you he was. Quick, powerful, and fast.
Okay.
And can give you an ass whooping at the line of scrimmage.
That's what we need.
All three of those new guys that we got.
So did all three of them only get a couple of reps, though?
I think
it worked out.
For whatever reason, they put James Lynch out there more than everybody else.
And the other two.
Because they were splitting him out wide a little bit more, giving him reps at edge.
Oh, really?
I think I told you at the beginning that he was getting edge reps, big edge reps. And I was just like, that's interesting. They're looking for a supplement in case they need it.
Well, they want to have a rotation, right? So I guess that's a good idea. Find whoever you can kick out because there's thoughts of doing that with Shamar and thoughts of doing that with Dale as well. But if you can do it with another guy, cool.
Yeah. We're talking about James Lynch, y'all, but we should be talking about let's give him
Street.
Yeah. His reps, his handful of reps that he got was really good. And I've been hearing his name throughout camp. Kentavious Street's name is one of those names that has been ringing throughout camp. Every time somebody goes, whether it's what's her name from NFL Network, it's a blonde lady that goes out there. She saw some shit.
Oh, Stacey Dales?
Stacey Dales. My fault for not getting her name right to the top of my head. Thank you.
Fellow Canadian. Shout out to Stacey Dales.
Stacey Dales is out there watching that, and that's somebody that jumped off for her. Dave Wanstead also mentioned that, like, this guy here, pay attention to that guy, number 93. And also, who else did I hear mention him? Don't let me get it wrong. Somebody else mentioned him. But anyway, that's just in practices. And here he comes into the game in his first handful of reps. Boom, here he is in the backfield. And I keep saying this, and I'm going to say it one more time. The difference in the personnel that we had last year versus the personnel that we have now is guys that are big, strong, like the guys we had before, but quicker and faster, that can really, really do some damage on the inside, dent the offensive line, dent the pocket, and get into the other side of the line of scrimmage. That's the difference between the guys we had last year consistently versus the guys that we have now. Contavious Street fits that bill. I told you guys before, he came into the league as an edge rusher, and he's built his body over the last few years. Just like Neville. Neville was the same. He's been playing defensive tackle the whole time, but it took him some time to start really honing his skill set and becoming the Neville Gallimore that we see now. Same thing can be said about Contavious Street. And, you know, if you heard what's his name, Grady Jarrett speak about this guy, he liked him when they were in Atlanta. He was glad when they brought him here. It's because this guy can bring it. This guy can bring it, man. He's not gonna be a starter, but when your first team has to go sit down and get a breather, there's gonna be no letdown.
Yeah, this is where these additions to the line are awesome, right? Like, you want Grady Jarrett's an older fellow, like he is. Not to diminish his impact by any stretch of the imagination, but if you can load balance a Grady Jarrett, you've really done yourself a favor, right? The less snaps that he's responsible for, if you can get similar output from some of these other younger guys and not really consider them, you know, second and third string talent, if they're just able to give him a breather and make their impression felt, we've done great things then, right? Like, and when I say make their impression felt, I spoke very briefly about this earlier on with respect to Javon, but what I believe we've got with Neville, Contavious Street, and James Lynch, and potentially JVDB too, is a little bit more get off. And that's where things are a little bit questionable for Javon Dexter as they move forward. Is that what they need from Javon Dexter? Perhaps. Will they get it from Javon Dexter? Traditionally, doubtful.
Okay.
This might be the supplement there.
Hey, no man ass, this is when I got to remind these guys that when we got an image on the screen, we're going to talk about that player. And we're going to get to Javon Dexter. And I know what the criticisms is about Javon Dexter. We know that. But we're talking about what I've been telling you guys the entire offseason, what we just brought onto the roster, and the difference it was going to make, and what you'd have to see it to understand what I was saying. And you guys saw it. Pure explosion off the line. Pure explosion. If you were like me and watching that particularly, you was just like, oh, yeah. Yep. Exactly what the doctor ordered. People getting off the ball, and even Javon getting the F off the ball and really, really pushing this shit back. Go watch Javon's tape. Since we talking about, let me just pull him up. Let me just pull him right on up. Since we're talking about Javon, and I know a lot of people criticize Javon because he hasn't been exactly what he was drafted to be in, Fluce's scheme. You know, he's a couple of coaches later, or at least a coach later, a couple of position coaches later. And I'm telling you, just go watch that game and rewind and just watch his reps and watch how that dude's getting off the ball and blasting that center off the ball or the guard, whichever one he's aligned up with. Watch how Javon Dexter is getting off that ball and busting. So, he's right now, I can tell you that from the snaps I've seen, he's truly a one technique now in the scheme of things that we do. It's not three technique. And so when you start talking about Kentavious Street, when you start talking about Neville Gallimore, stop comparing them to Javon Dexter. They play a different position. Different position. One technique is a different responsibility than the three technique. It's not the same. Just because they're aligned in the same area doesn't mean anything. You just got to know what their job is. And for Javon Dexter is get right up on the nose of the center and bust his ass. Whereas Neville Gallimore playing three technique, a line between the guard and the tackle, shoot that gap and get in the backfield. Don't bust no one individual up particularly. Shoot that gap and get in the backfield and make a play somewhere or alter this play somewhere. Understand the difference in the technique. So don't compare Jervon to what three techniques are doing right now. It's not fair. He's doing something else now. He's at one. He's holding up the middle. So just know that ahead of time, but his reps look really good.
Yeah, it's Javon Big Dex is in that situation, much like others that we've mentioned, where he's been here for a while now, and it's understandable that this was a flus pick, if you will. So this system is different, but him as a player, we've seen his body develop, getting stronger, losing the baby fat. Now he's getting off of the ball faster, but it's still a very small sample size to know if he has, really improved. I mean, because last season, from the interior, a crap ton of pressures, like 5 or 6 sacks. That's very respectable for a defensive tackle. But I think as a fan base, maybe we have too high expectations, higher expectations than he should have reached earlier. And, I think for many, he's still not a fully developed or a well-rounded enough player yet. You look at contract extensions, which I'm sure he's looking at since he got a new agent. And, defensive tackles, 25, 30, 35 mil. I don't think Dexter's even any place close to that level. And I don't know if he would ask for that amount, but if he wants to get paid like that, he's going to have to really show a lot more than he has. And now it's still early in this process of this season, preseason camp. So he still has an opportunity, but he still has to step up and seize that brass ring.
Okay.
Do you guys think he has what it takes to do that?
So long as
I think so.
So long as people understand the difference in position that he's in. So long as people understand that. And I think a lot of people just are defensive linemen on the inside or the defensive linemen on the inside. They're all supposed to do the same thing and don't work like that. Just know they've gradually shifted him to a one technique. And a one technique and what he does versus a three technique, totally different. Totally different. It's not the same position. And so now he's trying to thrive in the middle in a one gap system, whereas he did that at Florida in a two gap system. And so he's going from technique to technique to technique since he's been with the Bears. And now he's just trying to thrive where they want him in the middle instead of, firing off the ball, shooting gaps like Neville and these other guys get to do. So just know that, I'm not trying to make no provisions for him. Just know he's in a different role now.
Well, like True is saying, he's years into his career and he still plays way too high.
I could say that every rep that I saw from Jamari Chroma, he popped out of his stance, literally hopped out of his stance and got right into height. And technically, that's the absolute wrong thing to do when you're playing his position. You're supposed to lean into a guy, get bent a little bit, and have some bend to your waist and back, so that if you have to, swoop around somebody, you've got that going on. He hopped right on up, and it still was the same. He got to the quarterback.
Well, but Jamri, when he's like 6'3", though, right?
He is.
Yeah, Big Dex is like 6'6", 6'7" ish.
Hard,
So
man.
that makes a hell of a lot of difference with the leverage.
Old habits are hard to break.
Well, just one major thing to say is one of these two players has been playing and or starting for the Chicago Bears for at least 2 seasons. The other has not.
Just watch the clip.
I'm just saying, Jeremy Chroma standing up is one thing. Time on task. Dexter's probably shouldn't have any excuse at this point. He should be playing pad level low in year 3.
All right. I'm gonna just tell y'all this. Like I told y'all about Tyreek. Watch out. People got a lot of goddamn shit to say. People got a lot of complaints and just thinking about what they didn't see thus far and what they didn't get thus far. It's a whole lot of gimme, gimme, gimme. What have you done for me lately? Just watch your ass. I'm just gonna tell you right now. That's all I'm gonna say before we move to the next guy. And this guy, this was interesting right here. I thought this was very, very, very interesting watching this guy play. Why can't I find his? Hold on. Oh, you telling me I didn't put this in there? Oh man, I forgot to put it in there. Hold on, y'all. Just talk generally, y'all. Give me a second.
Well, generally speaking, not this Wednesday, kids, no maniacs, but next Wednesday, the last Wednesday of the month, Chef Trips. He will be in the house for a live cooking demonstration. I don't know what's on the menu, but it's something to do with something.
Trips.
Because it's time for MF in the kitchen.
Motherfucker in the kitchen.
So make sure you all are tuned in for that. So the last Wednesday of the month, be on the lookout for it. And then today's Sunday, so this Wednesday, some extra sauce. And then I think we'll all be back again Saturday to call this preseason game against the Bungles, right, kids?
What time's the game, brother?
6 p.m.
Okay.
Central.
All right.
Saturday, 6 p.m. Central.
All right. I can do some Saturday work. All right.
All right. So here's one of the hunting darlings of the training camp so far. And I did another image of him. I just could not find it. But this is good enough right now. Caden Davis has been one of the more talked about guys in Bears camp, at least for the last 3 weeks. I don't know how long we've had him, quite honestly. We've had him for at least a couple weeks, but I keep hearing this guy's name, and I couldn't wait to see what he looked like on the field. And it looked good so far, really, really good. It's making plays, making, good on opportunities given to him. I just wanted to see what you guys thought about what y'all saw with this cat, man. I thought it was pretty good.
Look good. Looked like he had a relationship with both of our backup. Sorry, did you play with Tyson? I know he had some reps with Tyson. Did he get any reps with Chase?
I'm pretty sure he did.
I thought he had some reps with Chase as well.
I think he saw every quarterback out there.
He looked like, I wasn't expecting much from this particular player just because we've got so many bloody wide receivers on this team at this present time. But he looked all right, man. He looked okay for what it is. And so did the quarterbacks that he played with.
Question is, Kaz, do you think he'll turf out like, say, Maurice Alexander?
Well,
they like that guy.
I think
How many
Kansas and
wide
beat
receivers
over
can you
there.
keep on this team?
Well,
What?
I think we're looking at right now wide receiver 6, Caden Davis.
Like, thank you. Right? Like, can you really keep 6 wide receivers on this team? You think?
I think they will.
You think they're gonna get 6? Let me just go back through this show for a second. You
So we
think they're
got
gonna
5
keep 5
tackles,
left tackles, 6
Yep.
4
wide
running
receivers,
backs,
5 left tackles, 6
4
receivers.
running backs, and
and
6
4
receivers.
Running back
and one for special
running
teams.
back might get the axe.
Look, I don't know, man.
Well, but just look at Caden Davis, and throughout camp, every camp, Caden Davis made a catch. Caden Davis in the back of the end zone. Caden Davis from Tyson Bagent, it was Caden Davis. And the preseason game, Caden Davis out there blocking. He's out there catching. He's out there running routes. He's a 4-4 guy. And even though he's 27 years old, so he's a little older, he's only got a year experience from Northwest Missouri State, so I think the COVID thing, kept him, extended his time in college. So that's why his age is a little bit up there. But being, I think, 2 years younger than Maurice Alexander, is beneficial, that wise as far as a ceiling goes. But given the opportunity, Caden Davis keeps making plays.
Mm-hmm.
And like Red Baron is saying that JP White Chocolate Richardson, he's been out there putting in work. But Davis is just like come in and is like, hey, this wide receiver position, I play that. I want a job here with the Bears. And knowing the depth that we have, and if he makes it, I would prefer, I think somebody said in the chat, I would also prefer him over Alexander. And while I like Richardson, I think Richardson still has a little more development to get to where Davis is now.
You want to know my truth? He will not make the team, no matter how good he is. But this guy's been given a great audition and a best foot forward. The ball is finding him, and he's gonna get on somebody's team. It just ain't gonna be with Chicago.
I'd like to applaud what you just said, because that's just the reality of the situation. Not to mention he's been working clearly with Tyson Bagent. He's kind of Tyson Bagent's guy right now, and that's great. I think, as we move forward with these preseason games, we need to showcase that connection between these two players. For Caden Davis to find a home somewhere else in the NFL, because I think he's a talented wide receiver. I just think that this room is nuts, and there's just no, like, cracking this room gonna be hard, bro. Like, I'm sorry. But also really to showcase Tyson, man. Tyson's got opportunities, or at least he could have opportunities out there elsewhere in the NFL. And I think that does, at this present time, benefit the Chicago Bears. So that's my 2 cents on this, man. Shout out to Caden Davis and what he's been putting down in practice and on the field this week, and what he probably will continue to do over the course of the next couple of weeks. Because once more, he's probably one of the guys that just almost strictly gets to run with Tyson all the time.
You guys just appreciate the fact that no, he's not going to make the team, and it was never in the plans, but what a hell of an audition he's been given with the Chicago Bears thus far. If this continues, he can be nothing but grateful to Chicago for giving him this kind of exposure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I still like him better than Alexander.
Okay.
Harsh, but true.
I understand. Caden Davis, I like the guy, but I think his likelihood in a caked up receiver room and a caked up, we need to talk about this a little more, and we will later on, probably a practice squad. But they're gonna have to do some yeoman's work to make sure that practice squad has the right guys on it. Just knowing that
wide receiver room must be like
it's yoked up.
9 or 10 players deep, though.
Ray McLeod, yeah, he ain't making
Look how we talking. We Chicago Bears fans.
Scotty Miller, he ain't making it.
Did you hear me? We Chicago Bears fans talking about how yoked up the fucking
Right.
Chicago.
We getting rid of wide receivers.
It's true, eh? Right? Like, I'm sorry, you can't play here. We've never
we
said
too
this
deep,
shit
son.
before.
You good as fuck, but you can't play here.
You can't play here, man. We were saying we were a couple years ago. We were lucky to have some of these guys on our team.
He said caked up balls.
Pause.
Girl, shut your nasty ass up.
The Red Baron, boy, I swear.
Yeah,
That's funny as shit, though.
we got.
But yeah, I mean the talent level, well, 4-4, Caden Davis is a 4-4 guy, so he's got hands. He's 6'1", 193, so he's not a little dude. He's a talented football player. And if he can't fit on this roster, that's saying a lot for this roster. So
Took a couple licks too, Trips. By the way, he took a couple. I seen him take a couple of shots and I seen him wincing when he got to the huddle, but he knew he couldn't tap out. Took a couple licks out there.
Gotta have it.
This wide receiver room is 11 players deep. Like that, just you have an offensive minded head coach when. I don't think there's ever been a year where the Chicago Bears have had 11 wide receivers signed to the team.
And actual wide receivers that are like, oh shit, we got wide receivers.
Yeah.
Not your not to shit on them, but not your EQ St. Browns or your Dante Pettis's.
Dante Pettis. There was another one that year too.
I love
That's
that.
Who?
What was the other one? Pringle. Byron Pringle.
Liked him too. But we got one more, man, because my other half just busted up in here, man. And
hey,
you know what? Something else happened out there. I just wanted to. I'm gonna get my take first because you guys just be going crazy. Well, Ruben Hippolyte, he came in like a lamb and went out like a lion, as opposed to Karan Amagazi that came in like a lion, went out like a lamb. Ruben Hippolyte, I started questioning him right away in the first quarter. He was getting reps. He was getting spin. And he was like the long play. What was it? A long run play or a long screen pass? Whatever it was. It was a long play. And it was out on the outside. And I think who ran that down? I think it was Xavier Woods early in the game. It was Ruben Hippolyte to give up the leverage to give that alley. And I'm just like, God damn, man, you are not a cornerback. You are not a safety. You cannot give up the sidelines. You have to. I mean, what I meant by that is you have to protect the alley. So technique-wise, cornerback safeties are taught to funnel the play inside. So you're taught outside leverage in. So on a play like that, you're going to make sure you work from sideline in as opposed to you're the alley filler as a linebacker. You cannot get caught up on a block. You got to make this tackle because it's only you and the safety after this. And he got wrapped up into a block, and I'm just like, God damn, another Ruben Hippolyte highlight in the wrong way. But yeah, that happened early in the game. That was bad. He just got locked up onto a block, and boom, off went the running back. Later on, that guy started playing some football. He started really, really playing some football. And you start seeing the Ruben Hippolyte that we drafted come to life. He was flying, he was hitting. And I don't know if he ended the game with a concussion or something was going on.
I got the info from our post-game wrap-up, which will be published, I believe, tomorrow. But Coach Tripping pointed out that Ruben Hippolyte, in his rookie year, he went down after that collision with Washington, tight end from Pittsburgh, with a shoulder injury. But it just so happens that he also went out this past week with another shoulder injury. Don't know how severe it is and don't know if it's the same shoulder, but a linebacker with shoulder issues is not good. but his speed is obviously, very evident. And, aside from, making the mistakes of giving up contain or not staying at home, the only thing I worry about is just his physical health.
And he's gotta keep that worry off the minds of the coaches and the administrators too, so that they feel confident in putting him into the game planning. That's what he's got to get to when they start drawing up the plays for this week. They start, confirming who's going to be on the roster, who's going to be up for this game, dressed and ready to play, who's going to be on the practice squad. Where he don't want to be, he needs to continue to figure out a way to keep him on the 53. And that's what he's got to do right now. Stay on the goddamn 53. If you start getting off the 53, you're in trouble.
Well, I don't know if that was really due to injury, etc. last year. I have no clue really what it was. What I will say is, again, when you're drafted and you have an opportunity, give an additional injury to the position you play, and they go out and find somebody else to take your position and start him, some ain't right. Some's fishy in Denmark. So we have to sort of look at what he does now and whether he can carve out a role for himself. What I am going to say, although I'm generally down on this player, is that he didn't play terribly this time around. He actually played quite well.
He played more like the Hippolyte I saw in college.
Well, thank you. That we are sort of hoping to see at some point and just never did. He played fast, saw ball, attack ball, right? Like, I think there's a little bit more, and you nailed it, right? Like, he leaves a little bit to be desired with respect to coverage right now. I think he can grow in that arena. But again, the speed that Ryan Poles was looking for when he drafted this particular player, it exists. It's a thing. Can you hone it in and give him the development opportunities he needs to become a little bit better in the coverage aspect? I think these are all areas where Ruben needs to grow and shine and hopefully he has the opportunity to do all of those things, because this linebacker core could really use speed like he has access to. It's just the rest of the game that he needs to sort of round out. But one more time on task, more actual snaps should help those things along, because Lord knows he barely made it on the field last season, if at all, like a couple of snaps here and there. I'm not sure if he was really well viewed last year's training camp. I don't recall him getting very much run during last year's training camp either. So hopefully he can really make the most of this year and get to where he needs to get to show and prove that he should be a part of that room.
Hey, kids, this might sound like the dumbest science you ever heard in your life, but all you gotta do is watch.
From you? No.
For me, dumb science, man. And I gotta say, what I see in Ruben Hippolyte is a guy that is used to being physically dominant on a college level. What he hits crumples.
We got a bunch of that going on, but continue.
And that's the stupid science of, the difference between the NFL and college. You get to the NFL, what you hit may crumple you. And I think that's what Ruben Hippolyte, when I just think about it all in totality, whenever I see him play and he come up hurting, it's because he's going full speed into guys that he normally folds up. And it ain't working on this level. And he's hurting himself. He just used to guys just when he hits, it caves. It ain't like that on this level. You better hit him right or you gonna hurt. I mean,
it's a good observation you're making right now. Right? Like, can't afford for him to be hurt on a regular basis. He has to get used to and acclimated to, playing NFL football. And I'm just not sure. A little bit of time on task there as well. More opportunity to play should hopefully round him out. But like, do you think he's in football shape right now, man?
Oh, he's in plenty of good football shape. It's
That's
just
what I thought.
getting the callus of an NFL hitter.
Season.
That's what a linebacker is. You got to hit people, and when you hit people, it needs to be a statement. You got to get guys on the ground, and he's doing a lot of hitting. And when he's coming up, he's not feeling good.
Yeah.
And that just
You hit
tells
with
me,
the shoulders.
yeah, I mean, that just tells me that what you're used to hitting that hard is going to have give to it. But on this level, you better learn how to tackle more than hit. That's what it tells me. Get people on the ground. Stop trying to cave people in. And that might not make a whole lot of sense because you want to see your linebackers crack people. But guess what?
He's not that kind of linebacker, though.
Yeah, he is,
I mean?
man. Yes, he
You think
is.
so? But at this level, bro,
that's what he
big
thinks
is
of
his
himself.
brother? Like, he's not that big, though.
Ruben Hippolyte, cracker, ASS, bro. And he's learning that these some big, strong, a lot bigger and stronger. I mean, consistently football players than the guys that he was blasting in college. It ain't the same. You can do some of that and get away with a lot more of that in college than you can in the NFL. These guys have a job just like you.
He's a better size than I really thought he would be.
He ain't strong enough yet.
6 foot 236. That's not terrible.
It's still hurting him, man. I'm watching.
He just looks light in the ass for a linebacker.
He does, man. He does, and like all that speed, you would again think he's light in the ass, but I don't know. I guess he's, like I say, he's probably a little bit thicker than I would have thought.
He's got his shells. What I mean by shells is the underpass that he's got on that you see right now in the image. Those are shells that he has on his shoulders. His shells need an upgrade, obviously, because every time I see this guy make a hard tackle, I see they it looks good on film, but when they continue to keep the camera on him, I'm watching him wince.
Okay. That's a good observation as well.
He's just hurting. That shit hurts him. So, I was gonna get all off into a whole other conversation about a guy that ain't playing right now, but that's a different conversation. We'll save that for Wednesday night. But overall, great performance, man. I thought he played overall well outside of that play where he gave up the alley where I was pissed off because if I was on the field with him, I'd been cussing him out. Probably getting beat up in the locker room because he's so big. But yeah, you can't do that, man. That shit that'll get you off the field and at the back end of the bench real quick. You better not give up that alley like that. You got to get off that block and make that guy hold you. It better be a flag after that play if that guy streaks down the field for holding, because you better get off that block. And so he still got that going on too. So just remember that. The next game better not be no plays where he's giving up an alley like that. He won't see a whole lot more preseason time.
Yeah. Real talk though. Make them mistakes now, Ruben. This way you can learn from them and apply the opposite to the opposite skill set into your bag. Make those mistakes now. Now's the time to do it. Get your opportunities and do what you can with them. So that's where I am with this player.
Trips, anything before we wrap this up?
Nah, well, we good. Hopefully he's okay, good to go, and he works on those shoulders and his just field awareness, which comes from more reps. But in order to get those reps, you got to be healthy enough to be on the field.
Yep.
Look at Scrolls went to go see Ari Spears, a comedy. Went to a comedy last night. He came and chilled next to me, him and his wife, while his opener performed. Cool dude. That's what I'm talking about. I met what's his name? Sinbad before he got sick, and it was similar to that. Similar kind of scenario. Sinbad, I don't know if people ever watch Sinbad, and I don't know what people think about his comedy, to be quite honest with you. But Sinbad is absolutely hilarious when he was healthy, or he had the strokes. Absolutely hilarious. Never cussed one.
His comedy was different. It wasn't wholesome, but he wasn't very vulgar. He didn't curse.
He's more slapstick.
Yeah.
I would say that he's more of physical comedy. I saw him at Tennessee State down there with my girl, man, and boy, he's one of the more underrated comics. And I'll tell you the funniest MFer I ever seen on stage was Tommy Davidson. Tommy Davidson is probably the most underrated comic in the world. That dude is absolutely hilarious. Scroll, do you ever get a chance? You see Tommy Davidson in your vicinity. Anywhere in your vicinity, you got to go ride 120 miles to go see him. Effing go see him. I'm telling you, that motherfucker's hilarious.
I appreciate that, as far as artists and being able to go see them when they're, alive or performing. I saw that a Hard Rock casino thing has Boys to Men coming up soon. And I was like, man, you mean men, the senior citizens? They still touring and performing? And I'm like, do I have any desire to go see him? No. Do I still like some of the classic albums from back in the day and know all the lyrics to? Yeah. But it's like, do I have crowds and noise and it's loud? It's like,
Yeah, you like certain comics, depending on, like, I'll tell you one thing about comedy, man. It depends on your sensibilities. What kind of humor are you into? There's different kind of humor out there. I don't think people understand that. People just think funny is funny. No, not necessarily. You might be into a different kind of humor, sarcastic humor, you got slapstick humor, you got, just a little bit more thoughtful and just some stuff that, you got genre kind of humor. It's just, dude, humor is, what kind of person you are. You know what makes you laugh. Find that comic that emphasizes on that. There's some comics out here that really have honed their craft and can make you laugh. You come to their show. They're gonna make your ass bust the fuck up.
Mm-hmm. And so, even like Red Baron saying this year, Chappelle, Del Rey, and Aries. It's like, even if you've seen, Chappelle's the Chappelle show, his movies, his stand-up, going to see him in person is just a different experience. Even if he tells the same damn jokes. Because you're there, you're in the moment, you're present, and it's just different.
I met so many great comics in Atlanta that used to come buy my food. Because my boy Jay ran a club, and all the comics came in there on every Friday night. All the great comics. They all came through Atlanta. I seen them all, bro. I seen them all. I tell you that the one that really, really gravitated to me the most is what's his name? I know his real name, but I'm just thinking of his stage name. But he hung out with Bruce, who came out there.
Faison?
Faison was out there. He'd been out there. His big ass came and ate some shit. I was cracking jokes with him. We was cracking on each other. Big ass. I said, "Why you come out here getting one hamburger? Goddamn well for the end of the night, you're gonna come out here with 2 more and take them home." We was busting on each other. He was talking about my haircut and all kinds of shit. We was having all kind of fun out there. But yeah, they real motherfuckers in real life, man.
So that's a roaster comic right there.
Oh, yeah, we was roasting the shit out of each other, bro. If you like them kind of comedians, they out there in abundance, bro.
Just busting your balls.
You like some people. There's some comics that their whole act, their whole set is to see who's in the crowd so they can get on your ass.
Shit, Don Rickles.
That's depending on what you like. If you don't want to be embarrassed, don't go to certain comics shows.
What the hell is you wearing?
You got a Tommy Bahama on? Oh shit!
Who told you to come out the house dressed like that? Somebody put the camera on this son bitch.
I never seen a Chappelle, man. I want to see him live, but I ain't never seen his. That's one of my guys. That's one of my guys. But yeah, comedy shows, man. If I go out and just go have a good time, some people might want to go to this place or that place. People like to go dance and do different kinds of shit. If I want to go out and have a night, I like to go to a comedy set. I like to laugh.
It's always a good it's always a good move to go check out a comedy show. It's, for me, it's funny because where I'm at is like there's a lot of a lot of notable comedians who come from my neck of the woods. Tom Green, fucking Dan Aykroyd, like a lot of notable funny motherfuckers. Norm Macdonald, like there's a list. But my good friend, he does comedy here. Kid I grew up with, played basketball with most of my life. He also runs the Yuck Yucks, or at least he used to run the Yuck Yucks comedy venue here in town. So I used to go watch these motherfuckers, like I mean young raw cats coming up on a regular basis, man. And it's so cool to see how nasty some of these motherfuckers can get. Like sometimes they're so raw and nasty that it's cool being in the front row and getting to heckle them and talk smack to them. Especially my boy, man. My boy go up there, and I'm just like at some point in the show, I'll be like, "Fuck you, Chris," and that he just works that right into the material. Oh yeah, that's Keds. He's an asshole, and he just work it right in, and it's always a good time, man. So I suggest you go and see even the lower. Chappelle and all them guys is good. Like one guy I really always wanted to see was Patrice, man, and Patrice is gone. Patrice O'Neal used to just kill me, man. Like I don't lie.
Hey kids, I'll tell you, I think you'd have to be I don't think maybe you have to be living in the United States and kind of grow up around a hood environment to really, really appreciate Mike Epps and his comedy. Mike Epps.
I like Mike. I actually like Mike a lot.
Goofy.
Mike Epps is I'm telling you, if you grew up in like the hood, he leans into that, like the shit that he's seen
like heavily, though. You're right.
Oh, he's truly ghetto-fied.
Oh yeah,
he's super good.
It's embarrassingly funny sometimes, man. It's like I'm ashamed that I even know that. You know what I mean? Just like little shit. He just remembers growing up, like
how Pilgrim, you like Paul Mooney though? Like Paul Mooney.
Paul Mooney is a goddamn truth. You shut your goddamn mouth.
He wrote for Richard Pryor.
Paul Mooney and me.
Paul Mooney told people what they need to fucking hear.
I don't know, man.
He was a different kind of comedian.
You know what I'm saying?
In your face. He's a pie in your face kind of comedy.
Yeah.
Almost draw the line with Paul Mooney, man. Everybody else you got in that little list, I'm with.
Do you like the new kid, Josh Johnson?
I haven't heard him. No, I'm not familiar.
Well, he's on the Daily Show, one of the correspondents.
Okay.
And he does his own stand-up, and he has like a YouTube channel, and he's got videos out, regularly. But he does more of a topical, political, current event kind of comedy storyteller.
Paul,
he's in Montreal on Friday, man.
Let me be clear with y'all about Paul Mooney, and I'm gonna echo Scrolls here a little bit. Paul Mooney is one of the GOATs, kids. Let me tell you something.
I hear why you're saying that, but I don't know if I find Paul Mooney funny.
Let me explain something to you, kids. There's like comedian, and in comedy, there's a certain amount of, okay, do I want to take this risk or not? And so Paul Mooney was at the forefront. Like you could say, I bet his idol was probably in somewhat somebody like Dick Gregory. Somebody that's really willing to speak the truth. And
I could even see Paul Mooney being a fan of what was 7 bad words? Carlson, what's his name? White guy with the stringy hair.
That Stephen Carlson?
No,
he's talking about
you're talking about the guy from
that guy.
Who?
He did all that screaming? Sam Kinison.
Oh
no,
Kinison.
Not Sam Kinison.
No,
Skinny guy.
You're probably actually talking about Carlin.
George Carlin.
George Carlin, another
George
genius.
Carlin's my guy. That guy.
Yeah, I could see Paul Mooney being a fan of George Carlin because they told that realistic,
You don't know
in
about
your
George
face
Carlin?
type of here's why we're our stupidity as human beings, our hypocrisy as human beings, our our hatred, our controlling of others. They both told those societal reflective type of jokes and had that kind of humor.
Do you know about Carlin, Nomad?
Who?
George
I know
Carlin.
about Carlin.
Yeah.
I'm a student.
Okay. All right.
I'm a goddamn student. I tell you about Carlin now. Shit.
Well,
and he's just one. He's just one guy. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why you know him better than some of these other guys. Is because he was not like your black man that's willing to go up there and tell the truth, the same as he has. That delivered it in a different way, but because he was white, he got more exposure regardless. You know what I mean? He still got to the masses, as versus say a Paul Mooney or Dick Gregory or somebody like that. They didn't get to see the kind of fame and popularity or even the money that George Carlin did because they were black. And that's just the truth. George Carlin, if he was a black man, would have been shunned, put to the side, and you'd have never really heard a whole lot about him. But because he was a white man saying the same things that a lot of black people would have loved to say, he got away with a whole lot more. That's just the bottom line. That's why he's more popular in that genre than most other people.
But a real test of time is to go back and play one of their specials, from the 60s, 70s, 80s, what have you. Does it still make you laugh?
Bro, Carlin shit is like in
today's world, age.
In today's world, in the year 2026, it's probably more powerful than it was when I was watching it in the 80s. You know what I'm saying? Like I got into Carlin in the weirdest way. I got into Carlin out of like I been watching comedy.
Look at how he says it. He doesn't even have a first name. That just shows you how
George
popular his comedy got, being a white guy saying the same shit. He just called him Carlin.
He's the philosopher. I call him the philosopher Carlin, really is what I call him. But he's I got into him out of all things, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. That's how I got into George Carlin, man. George Carlin is fucking Rufus in the movie Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, and that kind of got me to go, who's Rufus? Oh snap! He does comedy? Like, he wasn't even funny in this movie. And I checked out one of his specials way back when, and I was absolutely hooked. Because at them times, I was, like you said, you're a student. I was studying different comedians just as something that I did from Pryor, Mooney. Like I said, didn't really take on Mooney. Eddie Murphy. It had a lot to do with Eddie Murphy's rise at the time that sort of pushed me into really looking a bit deeper, but also had a lot to do with Bill Cosby too, man.
Well, look at True Pilgrim's comment here. I look at Carlin like I look at Dick Gregory. Mm-hmm. I respect them, but they didn't make me laugh that much. They make me think.
Yeah. Exactly.
So think with humor.
Let me just say this, man. The thing about George Carlin, and just talking to a couple of comics out there, the comics that I got to meet in Atlanta, and a couple of them got a little full, and they start talking about how they set up their sets. And so just know, whenever you go watch any of these comics anywhere live, just know there's planning going on. They have to get your attention first, number one. And the next thing they do after that is a plan and a structured format to get you captivated and get you into what they're talking about. Otherwise, you're going to boom the fuck off the stage, number one. Thing I say about George Carlin, that was, I think he found out that how you play defense, being a comedian, is be extremely fast and kind of staccato in your approach. And so he just rapid fired everything with a whole lot of intensity, and then give you time to get okay, I didn't like that you said this. He's off to the next subject. You forgot he pissed you off because he said this or that 5-10 minutes ago. You into the next thing he said. Staccato. You just think about what you saw when you watched George Carlin. He's just coming at you, blasting you, water hosing you right in your fucking face. And when he walks off the stage, he's just leaving you thinking about a whole lot of shit.
Yeah. That's when, some of the times when he would say the punchline, he would give it a few seconds because it had to sink in for people because they had to think about it. I'm like, oh shit, I get it.
He just water hosing. He just straight water hosing you right in your face. And then when you walking away, going to your car after the show is over, hey, did you hear that part when he was talking about this? That's the point in his
comment. And it's like, oh, that's what that meant.
Yeah.
Oh, that shit in 2026. It didn't even make sense back in 1990. Now it makes sense. Like that's how deep some of Carlin's shit is. I give him mad love. Another guy I give mad love. Like I don't know if any of y'all have.
Hold on before you go there, kid. Steve Scrolls is responding to me about Tommy Davidson. He said he won't be performing in California until January 2027. That's not that far away.
But he'll be in Chicago November 27th and 28th.
Oh.
If you anywhere, just go to the first damn set you can get, whether you in Chicago or California. If you here in Chicago and he here, then you go. But if you in California, wait, that shit is worth it, bro.
Him and David Allen Greer. I'd love to see David Allen Greer do comedy too, man.
He ain't nowhere near as funny as Paul.
I would have to agree with. I'd have to agree with you versus. You said versus Paul Moon.
No, versus Tommy.
Or Tommy.
Versus Tommy. Yeah, I would have to say Tommy's probably the funnier out of both of them. But David Allen Greer is funny, man. He's
talented. Very talented.
He's very talented, man.
Oh yeah.
Beyond funny, he's talented.
They're all sketch actors, and they're all let's just call it. I don't know how to call these guys, but they
entertainers.
They are entertainers. That's a good way to just simplify it. They are entertainers, and they know how to get into, let's just say, character. Really, really good character actors are what they are. Yeah, but man, you talking about Tommy Davidson is funny as shit, man. But anyway, man, we got to wrap this thing up because that'll take a whole other episode of some extra sauce to really get across what I'm trying to say here. But man, comedy shows, that's where your money is at, man. People need to laugh. And in fact, the way things are moving in the world right now, people are gonna need more and more reason to find a reason to laugh. They're gonna dig. You need that outlet right now. So Scrolls, hit them comedy shows up, and y'all, hey, let me just pass it on to kids with a bounce pass for some closing thoughts here. And we can hold on, kids, before you even start talking.
Well, looky there, man. Oh, where's Dante at?
Look at BT9 bringing it.
Okay.
Appreciate you guys, bro. All right. I'm a hey, Bear Truth, we appreciate you again, man.
Word.
$9.99 super chat. He says, real question. What is the first major step to growing?
Get some good seeds.
No, I'll tell you right off.
Oh, well, what are we talking growing?
What it was for me, the damn mirror. The mirror is figuring out how to work on me and figuring out what my weaknesses were. I'll tell you what it was for me. My biggest weakness was the female. And that just really dominating my sphere, and how I was greedy when it came to that. And I knew that if someday that I could tackle that hunger and that thirst, that I could have a whole lot more clarity for me. That was my first step to really growing, and what was putting my finger on that. And I had to look at myself in the mirror for that.
That's a good, that sounds real good. Mine's much more, it'll be taken a little bit differently. I'll just say, fresh out of the movie Fight Club is learning to let that which doesn't matter slide.
Good one.
All right. I'll go with responsibility, because when you learn at a young age that you have to do your chores without being told, without a punishment, without a reward, do the dishes, take out the trash, walk the dog, whatever the chores are, if you can complete those knowing that this is just what I need to do, that is a good foundation for the rest of your life, dealing with chores, with work, with school, with relationships, with whatever it is, because it's like, all right, I'm not doing this for a reward. I'm not doing this to avoid punishment. I'm doing this because this is just my responsibility of what I need to do.
Okay. Yeah. Hey man, I everything everybody said here, both of these guys I can relate to a certain degree, and it's been part of my growth. It's been part of my growth. But for sure it was first I had to tackle the female thing, man, and not let that dominate my life because I was missing opportunities because I'd rather be somewhere with the next female. And it was costing me. And it was inhibiting my growth, man. So I had to look at me for that. Wasn't nobody else I can point to and say, "Oh, okay, you did me wrong. You ain't doing this for me." All that shit don't matter. When you want to grow, you got to start in the mirror.
Yeah.
Got to
And
start.
that's being responsible. And that's being cognizant to the fact that you can't control everything. And if it don't matter, be like a duck and let that shit roll off your back like water.
Mm-hmm.
That which does not matter. Slide.
Exactly.
That too. I'm still working on that. I'm still capable. I clock your ass dead in the eye, but I don't need to. I'm working on that still to this day. Yeah, this unfortunate truth about me, but I'm working on that. So last couple of incidents I had where I probably would have normally clocked somebody and I didn't clock. So I'm getting there. I'm getting used to the habit forming that it takes to change a behavior. You know what I mean? So changing behaviors is it's a habit forming thing that you have to break that cycle and replace it with a better behavior. That's just how humans grow and get better. You had a bad cycle of behaviors that you want to change. And there's only one way to do that. Change that cycle.
Yep.
Take responsibility for it. No blame, no accusations, no, well, I can't get over it because my mama didn't love me enough or my daddy loved me too much.
That's
You
a big
got
one.
to,
Too.
you know what I'm saying? You got to, if not get over or not forget, because you'll never be able to do those things, but be able to deal with and process and find some sort of peaceable resolution to let you move on.
So another part of growth before we get the hell out of here is just that point in life when you recognize that your parents weren't superheroes. They were just people too going through similar struggles. And now you're at a point where you're going through struggles and you can stop and be like, shh, is this what my parents were going through? Damn, they didn't have superpower. Like you can really get into that relatable situation between yourself and them. That allows you to get rid of a lot of the childhood baggage and trauma that all of us have. Like everybody has,
Every one of us.
you know what I mean? Everybody had a childhood. Everybody has things that they get to adulthood and they're like, you know what? It was my mom. It was my daddy. No, it's just your experience. They had their own experience, as did you. At one point or the next, you have to recognize that you can actually bring your experience to that parent and ask them how they would have actually handled it without mincing words because they are familiar with your experience. And that's where things in life start to sort of like that's true adult. Like
But
you're an
then that's
adult
also
when you
part of taking responsibility, because not
accountability.
because
Yeah.
not because the way you were raised was your fault or anything like that, but it's like, hey, just understanding this is the way I was raised. Does that make it right? No. Does that make it necessarily wrong? No. But understanding that it is what it is, it probably made you feel a certain kind of way, bad or, worse. But it's not your responsibility to carry that weight. You got to do the
Check your
Fight
baggage.
Club thing, and you can't control that shit. You got to let that go.
See,
And
part of
I
the
tell you another thing too, man.
Mm.
I tell you, when you know you cross the threshold, and I know a lot of people that's with us here in the chat, a lot of people probably lost their mom and or their dad, whoever it was that they looked up to for that worldly advice or whatever it was. I tell you, when you cross the threshold of knowing and understanding, it's when your parent brings something to you and asks you for advice. That's an individual that's a cycle breaker, and that's what you have to be. You have to break cycles. There's bad behavior cycles that you learn. Got to break those. You learn these bad patterns and bad behavior cycles just because it was, Gucci for you don't mean it's Gucci for the next, where you're going or your kid. Just all kinds of stuff. Like I'll tell you a perfect example. Several years ago, my nephew, one of my nephews, he was a lot younger than he is now. He's playing football in a ferocious way. But when he was a small kid, he didn't really want to be out there. And, family was frustrated. His mom, my mom, and, his dad, everybody was just like, what is it? How come he won't play football? So naturally, who they going to come to? Like, you think you can talk him into it? I'm like, look, I'm not going to try to talk him into it. I'm going to talk to him. And that was new for me. Imagine me being the football guy I am, trying to, as much as I love football, trying to tell one of my youngins that's underneath me, hey, as much as I loved it, don't mean you have to love it that way. If you don't like it, I don't want you to be out there. You tell me how you feel about it. As opposed to at another time in my life, one of my younger cousins or something, that I'm gonna coach his ass up. I'm gonna get him into this shit. And because this is what it is, you gotta play football. You play football, that's a tradition around here. That kind of mindset I went to with my younger cousins and relatives. But by the time I got a little bit older and my nephew that came up with him, I had a real conversation with him as a small boy. And I told him, if you're not into it, I don't want you out there doing it, no matter what your mom tell you. And she was kind of pressing him a little bit. And I told her the same thing. I said, don't you put that boy out there and he don't want to be out there. It's got to be in your heart and in your soul. If you don't want to be out there, do not force that shit. And she pulled against, she was pretty pissed off at me because she thought I was going to come a different way. And I did not. But she listened to me and she pulled him, gave him a year to think about it. A year or so later, he started getting into it. He's getting a little testosterone filled. Now he wants to, it came to him naturally that way instead of just, I'm out here just because my mama said I need to be out here doing it. And you don't want kids like that out there. They get hurt. So, that's growth right there when you start to realize the error in your ways. And everybody else, they got their shit going on, but you ain't growing nowhere until you figure out the error in your ways first. But we any last thoughts before we get out of here? Anything else before we close it out?
No, not from my end, other than Red Baron being Red Baron.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I had to respond there. But yeah, no, good. Thanks, BT9 man. Mad respect for the chat, and
I appreciate that for making me think.
And the conversation turn. I think it was just an interesting little bit of introspection there from all three of us, and I think everything that was said in the chat as well as by the three of us here was quite valid in that respect, because we didn't take it down the road of football. Really, we really didn't. We thought about it quite introspectively, and I think all of that sort of goes. It should lend to others who may have that similar train of thought or line of questioning. So again, thanks for that.
Look at that statement right there. Look at this.
Levante saying,
read it out.
Sure. I never really seen an elevator really go side to side, but up and down, and that's how growth should be. Some days will be tough, but more days will be great. So elevating comes in time.
Bruh, that's real shit right there.
Damn.
That's real shit right there.
Damn, Levante.
From the book of Otis.
But the trajectory has to be up. Even if you get knocked down or you knock yourself down, the trajectory has to be, north.
Back up and move. Keep on moving up.
Yeah, because that's one thing guaranteed. Life will knock your ass down. It's like, how do you get back up? When do you get back up? Do you get back up?
I love that, Levante. I love that. That's real talk. But finish it up, kids, before we get out there.
Yeah, man. That was basically it for me, though, man. All y'all, man, mad love and respect. Thanks for coming back, spending a Sunday night with us for Nomad at Night. We'll be back in full effect on Wednesday doing the extra sauce thing. Hopefully, microphones 1, 2, and 3 will be in check, and we'll be rocking and rolling. But all that being said, great show, y'all. I think we really. We planned to sort of go deep Bears today. I think we really got pretty deep. But it is preseason, so there will be more to be had come this Wednesday night. So welcome in. We'll see you then. And thanks again, y'all, man. Big shout out to Dwayne and BT9 and the Scrolls and Dante Purify and True Pilgrim and Joseph Archer and James Hunter and AC Adam. And
Mojo Jojo Loco,
man. Jojo Loco, ATF.
Country D Nice and City D Nice.
and FFG was out there too, man.
True.
That's all that.
AC.
Shout out.
All right.
AC Adam came through. And Cliffy Victoria.
Oh man, Big Cliffy, man.
Cliffy, man. I don't know where you've been, but Cliffy, it's good to see you, bro.
For sure, man. Like I say, I got hungry instantly. Had to go get myself a little something extra to eat, but I wasn't gonna tell you about that.
That's why
his
ass greedy ass was eating everything that wasn't.
I didn't eat nothing all day, man. I was starving, but I had to get it done when I was able to get it done. So it got done.
Jay Grizz and Junior came through earlier.
Oh, I didn't see Junior, man. Big ups to Junior, man. I miss Junior.
James Hunter. I don't know if anybody mentioned him. He brought the super chat too. Everybody with the super chat.
And if you're new to the zoo, by all means, give my guys here both some love as well as me at Kez the Canuck. What is it? Sports Chicago style.
Sports Chicago style.
Yeah.
But the YouTube thing is at RRSCS. See it right there under my Chiron there.
Oh, okay. There you go. Hit up RRR right there. Give him some love, as well as the Nomad Network right here. Like, share, subscribe, leave a comment if you can. And outside of that, one more again, we'll catch y'all on Wednesday. Trip.
All right. Shout out to the Nomad Network, to Keds the Canuck and Sports Chicago Style, and everyone. Hope you are subscribed and giving a like to all 3 channels. Shout out to Coach Trip and Chef Trips for the Cleveland Browns pregame, which got posted today. And guess when the game was, kids? Saturday. Today is Sunday. So yeah, that's not a pregame, but it was recorded pregame.
A post pregame?
A post pregame, but tomorrow will be the post game.
So everybody's gonna be here. So everybody's gonna be here Saturday for the show, right?
Yeah, and I'll be back from the gym.
6 p.m. Central Time. The Cincinnati Bengals, the Bears will be there. Shout out to everybody with the post game, which will be out in the morning. So keep watch for that, and then I guess we'll be having a pregame Friday for the next pregame. But in the interim, we shall check y'all out Wednesday night for some extra sauce.
And we'll hopefully everything goes right, which I believe it will. We'll be here Wednesday night, and I just want to say thank you to everybody. And I'm just right now, I just feel so overwhelmingly grateful that a lot of things that could have happened with me in the last several days, everything straightened itself out, and I'm still in the process of working through it all, man. And not having insurance gives you an extra amount of nerves because you need to get that going on. And I got to get some shit taken care. I got to check some boxes, man. And being away from doing normal shows like we normally do, we never really miss shows, man, unless there's something real dramatic going on. This was a dramatic moment for me, and I just appreciate all the love, man, all the respect, and everybody just doing anything they can to try to help us ease this, man, because this is where this whole thing with this podcast and having this community of Bears fans kind of it's like the best way I can describe it is it's like doing therapy sometimes, man. It's like when everything else is going on around you, it seems like everything is crumbling and falling apart. You always got this community to come talk to, and we got each other. And I was just missing it. I needed this shit. I needed it. I really did. And as frantic as I was feeling, as the shit was just effed up around me, and I just started seeing like dollar signs, like how much is this gonna cost? How much is that gonna cost? God, wait, look at how bad this shed is and all this stuff. I just had to just wipe my mind of that shit and just start taking care of what I can take care of and let things fall into place and not let that nerve me up. And that's what it was. And so I just been constantly working my ass off since Wednesday when we didn't do the show all the way up until now. I'm extremely tired, but this felt like none of that shit happened. Doing this show made me feel like none of that shit happened, at least for this amount of time. And so I just thank y'all, man. And I mean that. I'm grateful to have y'all here to talk to these two guys right here. And it just feels really good to have some people to go through this shit with, man, because it ain't easy all the time, man. So shout out to everybody in the Chicagoland area, anybody that's going through this storm stuff here, Indiana, anywhere where it's really, really, really bad. Just know, man, if you can and if you're able, man, give somebody some assistance if you can. Some people out here that need it. So
if that assistance is simple as, you make them a plate of food for dinner, for lunch or something.
Yep. Anything. Nothing goes for nothing. Just know that. So thank y'all again, man. Everybody that sent the super chats, man. Everybody sent the jewels, man. Y'all just don't know how much we appreciate y'all for that, man, because it's got a place right about now. So just know that it was for a good cause, and we appreciate y'all. We want to leave you guys with these famous words: love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.